Hanging Chad.
All right,
Yes,
dudes,
sir.
we are live with another Pangburn Hangout. Today, the question is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus? If you guys could just go through and summarize your positions, that would be great. Bruno, let's start with you. Is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus? And what I mean by that, is it immoral to abort them simply because they have Down syndrome? The fetus has Down syndrome.
Mm, Well, me, I suppose it's where are you judging from? I would say it is not immoral, because I'm not trying to complicate this, but it's not immoral, because uh, my presupposition would be that the parent, whoever it is doing this for, it's doing this for the purpose of avoidance of suffering for the potential child with Down syndrome. So I would say no, it's not.
All right, and Divine, what's your answer to this moral question?
Mm. Yeah, I think it's immoral because I personally believe that this disability is not harsh enough in order to justify such an action. But also, there is more considerations for like when it can be diagnosed. For example, if it can be diagnosed very early, then maybe it would be immoral because you're not really considering the life of a human being yet. For like my personal
Yeah, I'm asking
stance.
based on your own moral standard, like your own moral metric.
Yeah, like if a fetus can be if this if Down syndrome can be diagnosed within like maybe a month or two, may, max, like I think like a month, then I guess it's a immoral action because it doesn't really concerns the life of a human being. But any time past that, it's a immoral action. There's a lot of much more critically detrimental disabilities which actually like actually cause suffering, and I don't think that for the Down syndrome person it actually has that much an effect. It's a different
All right.
perspective, and it's very easy to tell how it is detrimental because you're seeing it from a perspective of a healthy human.
I want
But
to
for
ask you a follow up there, Divine. Um,
sure.
what do you think you would be a good father to a Down syndrome child? And do you think that
Mm,
that would change based on whether the kid had Down syndrome or not? And let me throw this in that there are varying degrees of how much Down syndrome is going to affect the cognition. Like my friend Reese, who I feature in the Reese equation, which we're going to get
mhm.
started again. He's very high functioning in the sense that he lives on his own. He has his own job. He has his own opinion and ideas about all philosophical and scientific issues. He writes music. He creates music. He's a DJ. He does all these things. He's a magician. He has all these things going for him, but he is in the very rare category of people with Down syndrome who function at that level when comparing them to the normal trials and tribulations of a person who does not have Down syndrome.
Well,
Like, and
I
and the
personally don't.
fundamentally, with all that information, the question is, could you be a good father to a child that has the average, and we're just speaking in general terms. We're not going to get into the scientific terms, but like the average on just at the general mean of what Down syndrome means, not the extreme high level of where Reese is at, or the extreme low level, just to put it in simplistic terms, of where someone who can't even wipe their own butt at proper age 30. Could you be a good father to them?
I guess so. I certainly would try, but I have no idea because I never had kids, so it's a blanket statement at that point. But I did watched the Reese your discussions with him, so yeah, basically in some sense, my opinion is based on it. In that, with proper education and proper care and with more research, I think it would be possible to help Down syndrome people to live a fulfilled life without too much suffering involved.
Guys, we're talking on the Pangburn Hangout here. Remember to drop a like on this video. We're wrestling with the moral dilemma of is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus? And what I mean by this question, is it immoral to abort simply based on the fact that the fetus, you've been told that this child, if it's carried to that stage, will have Down syndrome? Let's move on to Hanging Chad. How do you answer this moral dilemma?
Yeah, so I would for sure, at least in my own personal purview, say that it is not immoral to abort a fetus in this specific stage with these circumstances. Especially so because the value judgment is going to be done by the parents and the people who will have to exist around the child if it comes to term. And because the child itself, again, it just does not exist yet, it can't be immoral. You're just measuring potential, and because that is solely up to the parents themselves, there's not really a way to say that it would be immoral up to a certain point.
Yeah, I agree with you up until the pain neurons start firing at around 26 weeks. Is that where you draw the line as well?
So I'll fully admit I am not well versed enough in the biology to have a definitive line drawn. I tend to just rely on whatever scientific opinion of someone who's well informed enough to. Whether pain is the cutoff or not, I would argue yes. If what you're saying is true, then yeah. As soon as a consciousness can feel pain, then it becomes a moral imposition to end it at that point. But anything before that, again, it's not necessarily immoral.
Yeah, I agree. And anything before that, I'm fine with someone saying, "Oh, I wanted to play basketball in a few weeks without this big fat belly. I'm going to abort now," as long as they're before that cutoff for me, and I don't see it as immoral. And let me ask you this, Hanging Chad, because you have perhaps a left-leaning political persuasion in general, based on
sure.
So let me ask you this: are you willing to say that it should be illegal for a woman to abort a fetus 5 days before the original due date?
So that's an interesting question, because in the interest of cooperation and, honestly, just bipartisanship in general, yes, at least here in the United States, if that's the concession that needs to be made to further the conversation on abortion and morality as a whole, then I would concede to that, sure.
Right.
It is a rare enough scenario that it wouldn't necessarily.
Oh yeah, it's not going to affect anyone. Like, women don't do this, right? But
yeah, it's at that point. If it is illegal, it's like some laws in Virginia where you can't flush your toilet past midnight. It's like, okay, yeah, that's illegal, but that almost, what the hell does it matter? Nobody enforces, doesn't matter, etc. So yeah, if that's a concession that they want on the books, absolutely.
Right. Okay, interesting. Let's go to Chris Kafka. Chris, what do you think about this question? Is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus specifically because you know it has Down syndrome and will be a Down syndrome child if it's carried through.
I may put my 2 cents in here in a minute. I just saw the topic and I had to listen and get in on this. I'm actually just getting home and
Okay.
unloading some things from the car.
Yeah, no worries.
But I
I
will
can
weigh in
back
here in
to
a
you.
minute.
Yeah, I'll come back to you for sure. I really want to get your take. Let's jump to Mace. Mace, let's hear your answer to this potential moral dilemma.
My answer's the same as it was earlier. I don't really know enough about Down syndrome to make my mind up on it.
Right. So you're in this kind of this moral. Let's try this, Mace. What is your moral foundation? How do you determine what is good, what is bad? What metric are you using?
That's also something I don't know the answer to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then this will be, not. I don't think you'll be able to give an answer that is satisfactory to yourself because you don't know your metric. So let's jump to scientific best. What is your answer to this potential moral dilemma?
There's a lot of ground to cover, but I think in the simplest terms, I'm a consequentialist, so I'm going to look at what does each decision in its context do, or like what effect does it have on the world and the people in it, and I guess I would say, I think we can all sort of accept the premise that, first of all, everyone dies. So, no one's going to live forever. So there has to be a point at which this fetus will die. And there are preferable times to die in a person's life. And the way I look at it, I think if someone if we know that they're going to be born with Down syndrome, and let's say we don't know how functional their brain might be, right? I think it's safer to assume that it's going to be a life of pain and a lot of suffering and a lot of just really hard work. And I would say that it's at least plausible that it's more preferable to die early,
So let me push back on that a little bit.
Okay.
Isn't it better from this potential entity's perspective to have experienced some pleasure in life than not to have experienced any at all?
I don't know.
Even if it comes along with the struggles, right? Life comes along with these nasty struggles, and sometimes some of us might have stretches of like 10 years of our life that were like, that was the worst fucking thing ever.
I think a better way of phrasing that question would be, is the pleasure worth the suffering?
Right.
The
way he phrased it.
Yeah. I like the first question, but we can answer Mace's after too. But
I think they're related, and I can understand why Mace would rephrase it, because I think the way you phrased it, Pangburn, it's sort of like, if we're only considering the pleasure of existence versus the removal of that pleasure, then I don't think we are actually considering the suffering. I think we're leaving that out deliberately. And I don't think that's really a fair way to characterize it. But I mean, I don't know, maybe it is, but I would almost say that pleasure, like we could just say pleasure is the absence of suffering, right? So suffering is the actual thing we're measuring. So how much suffering are they going to endure? And is it better to avoid all suffering than to go into life and experience some suffering, right? But maybe that doesn't make sense. I don't know.
I'd jump in here on a antinatalist perspective and agree with.
You're cutting out there, brother.
It's very loud here. I keep talking.
Oh yeah, let's come back to you, Chad. You're breaking up.
Absolutely, Chad.
Let's Yeah, we'll come back to Chad.
Any better now?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I could.
Oh, I was just going to say I would jump into this on an antinatalist perspective and specifically agree with Scientific Vest's concept that being without suffering can be good. And because bringing a consciousness into existence, like basically requires that consciousness to experience some suffering at some point in some way, that can be considered a moral wrong.
Do you know what's the best anecdote if you're worried about suffering? Go kill
What?
yourself.
Yeah, well, actually,
I could,
I would
what?
argue that it is preferable to not exist.
Yeah.
Don't watch
And
yourself.
this is actually a topic that I want to talk about.
Well, I don't
here
want to
on
get
Sunday,
into.
but-
I don't want to get to make
Can I
this
chime
about
in?
antinatalism, but yeah, I want to try and stay specifically on this question as much as I can. Yeah, Syphilis, you have something to get in on? You want to answer this?
I was gonna say,
moral dilemma?
maybe someone could find a counter, like just from firsthand experience. I have a cousin with severe Down syndrome on the lower end, where it's like, brain damage, and he just kind of grunts, and he's an adult. So when I saw Reese videos through you, I was literally blown away. As I'm repeating what I said in the YouTube chat, forgive me. Like what they were actually capable of, and
Right.
from my side, I just saw a lot of miserableness. I saw my aunt, kind of, you can't blame anything on the kid, obviously,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I mean. Right. And everyone so far, I think it's great. The priority has been on the child, not, the hardship. That's more important. But at some point, the people entertain some level of selfishness, right? Obviously, I don't think that's the priority, right? But, that's also part of the argument, right? I mean, I'm much better off with, my aunt or anyone else have been,
Right.
It's this what if, what about, there's no way you can really know,
Yeah. So here's that actually does come into how I interpret or how I answer this question. But Syphis, I'd like to get your answer about, if you think based on your moral foundation, is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus just simply based on that?
Reese would have changed my mind. And you would think because I know someone with Down syndrome personally that I would be more sympathetic. But I do try to separate that emotional bias with the reality of the situation I've seen. And I would, obviously pertaining to exceptions, I would be supportive of abortion of Down syndrome people, and that doesn't make me hateful towards my cousin or anything, obviously, like I said. But
no, that's fine. That would be a different question.
When I saw Reese, I was like, wow, some of them are actually capable of, like this,
Yep.
spreading the love in a way that,
So
you just not right.
Yeah, Syphis, I want to bounce off what you just said because the way I answer this moral dilemma is very, very similar to what you're bringing up. So my answer is yes, I would abort. I do not think it is immoral to abort based on Down syndrome. However, I want our scientific advancement to reach a level where we can have a measure.
Exactly.
Of what level of Down syndrome? Exactly. A measure, a spectrum of Down syndrome, a way to measure it, so that I can know if I'm getting Reese, or someone on the other side, or someone in between the low end spectrum, or between the high end spectrum. Yep. Because if I'm getting Reese, I want him as my son. I would be would be a brilliant father to Reese. And this is what I'd like to follow up and ask you, Syphis, is would you be able to be a decent father to I think it was your cousin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Could I?
Would you be able to be a decent father, knowing all the trials and tribulations that people had to go through with your cousin because of his condition?
Not without paid help 24/7,
right?
Not without sacrificing the rest of my life, It's it sucks, but
yeah. So yeah, this is something I want. I want everyone to wrestle with, including the women here. Would you be able to be a good mother, or would you be able to be a good father? And of course, good is going to be based on your moral foundation, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Syphis.
No, that's it.
Oh, okay. I want to welcome Stephen H. to the Discord chat. Stephen, how's it going today?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
no, I just see a lot of opinions based on some kind of subjective moral values.
Well, yeah,
Because
more. So, if you can demonstrate that objective morality exists, like from a god or something like that, feel free to try to take a stab at it. But just be warned that no one's ever demonstrated that.
I would say the same thing with subjective moralism.
Yeah, but
You
so things are just made up until we can demonstrate otherwise.
So, okay, so for instance, in a subjective worldview, how is anything justified? Like as far as a serial killer?
I'll tell you right now. The two axioms, the two presuppositions that inform my moral foundation, which is maximize well-being for myself and those around me, are life is preferential to death and health is preferential to sickness. And why do I choose those presuppositions? Because I find great pleasure in them. So there's your answer.
I would agree with those broadly too. I think the agreement is also important here too.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack there. But so why is it that you feel what you feel is best for the world?
Because I find pleasure in those presuppositions.
Okay,
so as a side note, just to kind of give you a jumping off point, this has been hotly debated for quite a long time now in the morality section of the Discord. Hit us up on Sunday.
Yes, yeah, we do. Yeah,
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we do wrestle with morality a lot here, Stephen. But quick, I don't want to get too off topic into getting into a conversation about God or anything. But Stephen, for the sake of this conversation, can you? I would love to hear your answer to this potential moral dilemma and how you justify your answer from a moralistic perspective. And let me read the question one more time: is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus because it has Down syndrome?
I would answer this: yes, it's immoral, because I would never know what it's like to be a person with Down syndrome or what kind of quality of life they have. We can make all the assumptions on how they might feel based on our own interactions with this world.
Right.
But I can't justify taking someone's life because it would make me unhappy or it puts a burden on my quality of life.
So would you be able to go with me to say that take away the potential life, or do you think by aborting at, say, let's just say 20 weeks, you are actually taking away a life?
I would say even the potential of the life is life.
Right. Now, what do you think about what Siphus had to say about, his cousin and, him not being sure really if he would be a good father or maybe wouldn't be a good father to someone who needed that much extra care beyond what a parent is normally prepared for? What do you think? What do you think about that?
So I think the serious question is they're trying to justify the burdens of taking care of a kid with Down syndrome, rather than is that person's quality of life better or worse. And I don't think they can make any kind of assumption on how that person experiences life.
Okay.
So we can't predict the future, for sure. We can't predict the future. But I do think we have some kind of insight on what that experience is like for the person.
Generally, yeah.
I do want to hear about that experience. I was actually going to ask that as well. For people in the Discord who do have personal experience, whether that be family members, whether that people that work in the medical field or work with patients.
Siphus mentioned
what is not the impact on the parents. I mean, I know that there is a significant burden for caretakers compared to other typical children. But yeah, I want to know about quality of life for the child. What does that look like?
So
I know.
let's just 1 sec. Let me. Sifis said that he he has
My aunt has like
Yeah.
constant babysitters. Get a dozen surgeries as a kid. Just like brain surgeries and stuff. I mean, that not may all be directly related.
And how old is he now, Sifis?
He's about 25 now,
And
give
he
or take.
requires-
I don't know if he can even use the restroom on his own yet.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think he could around 18.
Right.
He doesn't communicate. He's nonverbal outside grunts, and that his parents might recognize,
Right. Okay.
But
Now, and I'll say on kind of the other side of the Down syndrome spectrum, if you want to call it that, Reese, who you guys can watch Reese in my Reese equation videos that exist on the Pangburn channel on YouTube, youtube.com/Pangburn. But check out Reese in the Reese equation. He actually answers this question about aborting Down syndrome fetuses. And so there, and Reese lives on his own. He has his own job. He decorates his home in these beautiful artistic displays. He's a DJ. He writes his own music. He's a magician. He's a keynote speaker at various Down syndrome events that he gets invited to. So, Reese is obviously an exception to the rule. And but just to answer Chris's question, yeah, I know Reese quite well, and I've known him since I was in high school. So.
Well, and I guess I maybe want something a little more from, I keep wanting to call him Sisyphus. What is the evidence of like suffering? So,
well, I can only assume, right? What would be different if he had not been born, right? I just know my aunt's, unhealthy, like over 300 pounds. She's morbidly obese. Is that, a stressor? I'm not blaming the kid. I know that, financially they, definitely struggles with all the medical stuff, the constant. I mean, they can't leave him alone ever,
Yeah.
Well, and, I'm not particularly asking about the burden on the caretakers at all. I want to know about what is evidence of the child suffering, or like the individuals if they're an adult.
He's very isolated. He's non-social. If you try to say hi to him, he just says bye-bye and closes the door.
Richard Bishop, I wanted to read this.
I can't. I have no way of knowing what's in his head, right? His parents know better than me, and then they don't even know, right? But is he happy? I'm kind of scared to answer that. I don't know if I've seen him all that happen, but that's presumptuous
Does
of
he
me.
play video games? What does he enjoy?
He has some cartoons he likes, and he plays video games.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
that's kind of his thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and this is another way we can go with this.
To answer that question, actually,
yeah,
the evidence of suffering would be that his life would be, well, you don't know, but you presume his life would be better if Down syndrome were absent, much like someone in a financially
right. So what are
situation.
What are you using to measure what is better, Bruno?
What am I using to measure what's better?
Yeah. While you think about that, Richard Bishop on YouTube, thanks for the comment, says it's immoral not to abort any fetus that is not perfectly healthy. It's torture. I just wanted to add that comment to the room. Let's jump to Grim. Grim, is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus because it has Down syndrome?
Personally, based off my morals, yes.
Okay.
Is it immoral in the constitute of general moral principles that we have? Probably not.
Well, I just want to know based on yours.
Based off mine, I prefer, like you said, life is preferential to death, and if you want to talk about suffering on someone's qualia or life experience, that is a subjective thing. And so in that instance, that's really not up to me. I don't cause suffering. It's up to someone's subjective experience of whether they suffer or not. And I would rather side, even as somebody who is non-religious, I would side with somebody like Hitchens who says, you know, we need to give life a chance because we're never dealt with the same card as our person, the person beside us, as our brothers and our sisters. We all have challenging hands and challenges when we're born, and in life, the amazing thing to see of life is how people are overcoming those challenges, even with autism or Down syndrome or whatever it may be. And you'll see some pretty amazing people that have not only overcome those challenges, but have inspired others and shown inspiration where you thought, man, I thought I was healthy, and this guy's completely, totally unhealthy, and he's done more with his life than I possibly ever could.
Sure.
And I think that's important to reflect
Right, and
on.
that's why I asked Bruno by what metric, because living in the gaming world for Sisyphus's cousin may actually be a more pleasurable existence and more meaningful by some metrics than other people who don't have Down syndrome.
It could be true.
I agree. I mean, I think that, it's hard to measure someone who's, has like a typical chromosomal structure and, and just cognitively like experiences the world. I mean, entirely, different than we do. Well, not entirely, but, in a different way than we do. And something I wanted to mention, I mean, as far as suffering being subjective, I mean, I think there are markers. I mean, there are like automatic physiological responses and things that even animals have. I mean, when an animal is like caught in a trap, I mean, like it crying, trembling, trying to escape. There's evidence we can point to, that a creature, something that experiences some level of consciousness, wants to be out of that situation that they're in the very moment. And I guess that is kind of what I am looking for and among people who have experience with that and who believe that their suffering is profound.
So I kind of want to weigh in a little bit on the evidence aspect in a couple of ways. My fiance is a pediatric doctor and has treated patients with all kinds of neurological devastation, including severe Down syndrome and stuff like that. And I can tell you, based on all the things that she has witnessed, she believes that it's not worth living under those conditions. And so there's one data point from someone who's had significant exposure to that secondhand. But then the other thing,
scientific, before you move on, I would like to understand what metric she is using to determine worth. Like she's saying it's not worth it. What is she basing that on?
So I'm not sure that I've asked her the question, specifically what metric are you using, but I can tell you what she said. She's basically come down to just the intense, like, oh man, what would it be called? Like the intense level of dependence that you have. Like you cannot be free under those conditions. You are so heavily dependent on the medical infrastructure and your support network and everything, like to even survive. And
why?
You lack self-determination, and you lack, you lack critical reasoning skills and all of that stuff for sure. But beyond that, you can't express your own will.
And
if
why
that makes
should
sense.
we apply that version of what worth means to this moral question? Why does that measure of worth matter?
Well, that's what I was going to follow up with. That's what I was going to follow up with, because I think it really does come down to being able to express your will in a satisfactory way. And one way I can get at that, because obviously it's not an objective measurement, and really nothing can be in this sense, because it all comes down to our personal preferences, right? But if any of you have ever signed a DNR, a do not resuscitate document, it's, I have, and I can tell you what the questions that you're answering. Some of them are like, if you were to become neurologically devastated, would you want to be resuscitated from probable death? And my answer is no, because and that's that you guys might answer differently, but for me, that would qualitatively destroy my life to the extent that I don't think it would be worth living anymore. And so I can only answer that from my perspective, but I do think that gives people a way to kind of approach that measurement, at least introspectively, because you can't put yourself into their conscious mind to experience Down syndrome with them. But what you can do is say, okay, given what we know about neurologically devastated human beings, if you were to suddenly become neurologically devastated, do you think you would want to live? And if your answer is yes, then I think you have your answer on this question. And if your answer is no, then it's the opposite answer.
That threshold has an incredible capability to move, though. I mean, and a funny thing, like speaking of DNRs, I mean that's different for everyone. So
Yeah.
I have do not resuscitate. I mean, I had spinal surgery a few years back. That was a horrible failure. I mean, I'm in pain for the rest of my life. And
Sure.
the funny thing is, but that's aside. I mean, that may lead into other discussions. But speaking of do not resuscitate, I mean, I think on mine, I mean, resuscitate under nearly any circumstances, but at the time when I made that 5 years ago, I mean, the most horrific thing for me, even being, brain dead, losing limbs, whatever it might be, having a colostomy bag, like, having like, my not being able to shit normally, it's, yeah, and having to, deal with like, draining my own waste like a few times a day. It was just horrific. I mean, if it was permanent or whatnot, for whatever reason.
Could you imagine not having a medical support network to care for you, like, at a certain point through that process? I mean, because I don't think that's always guaranteed either.
Can I chime in with something?
Yeah, go ahead, man. It's all
yeah, go for it.
As long as we're not talking over each other, it's kind of open now. And Gabe and Dr. Bombay, feel free to jump in and answer this potential moral dilemma whenever there's a free moment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're trying to define suffering in what way, because if we ask everybody in this life, anybody who's actually living right now, if they've experienced suffering, I would pretty much say that 100% of people living have experienced some kind of suffering. Knowing that, will we abort every baby because they have the potential to suffer?
Yeah, like
Yes.
the thing about this is that viewing things from a suffer avoidance perspective, I think is just it's bad morality for that reason. If you start trying to predict, and you can just look out at the experiences that some individuals have versus the others. Reese is an example of someone who has perhaps lived a much more plentiful, rich life from any metric you may choose to measure than you being a person not with Down syndrome.
Yeah, so suffering isn't the issue. So we're trying to figure out if the person's going to suffer.
Well, for some it might be, but let's try to work through that today.
Yeah, I don't think it's binary. I don't think it's an on-off switch. Like, do you suffer, and
no, that's
therefore
what I'm
should
saying.
you live?
I don't think we can justify by any means of suffering. I think that's what some people are trying to figure out. Does the person suffer, and I think we all suffer as humans. That's just the human condition. Like we know death. That's the ultimate suffering, in my
Right.
opinion.
So some people decide to kill themselves, and I believe it's because they experience suffering to such a degree that they think it's worth it. And so I guess the way I would phrase it is, it's not about like, do we suffer, yes or no, but about how much suffering is going on, and at what point do you decide to pull the plug for yourself or for someone else?
Well, my
I
answer
think it
to
really
that,
just depends on what people base their life around. I mean, what, makes them feel no longer human. And I think that changes for everyone. I mean, and that threshold can change throughout your life, something that you think is entirely intolerable a decade prior, as you age and, I don't know, like a frog in like a pot of boiling water that, was cold when you put them in and you just turn the heat up slowly. You can boil comfortably, and all of a sudden it's a decade later, and you're like, oh, hey, remember when I thought this life was totally unlivable, under these circumstances? Like the human adaptability is, I mean, really a wonder, and I think it's one reason that suffering is so relative, and I would agree, with Stephen that it's determiner unless except for, I mean, really even the point I brought up earlier about um, evidence of suffering, in an animal that's caught in a trap. After a while, things shut off. I mean, it becomes kind of just your normal, and yeah, again, threshold is frequently ever increasing. So I mean, it's hard to determine.
Bruno, do you have something there?
This would be my
Because I'd like to bring in Dr. Bombay next, and then Gabe after that. But go ahead, Bruno. You had a response there.
You can bring both of them on. I've got like a really long thing to say.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Dr. Bombay first. I'd love to get your take on this moral question.
Thank you. I hope my sound is okay.
No, it's great.
Problems with me. Okay. I in regards to the question, going back to the debate we had on your channel a couple of weeks ago, morality to me is subjective. So I don't think it's immoral, and I don't think it's if you I think I'm rephrasing it, something about the fetus of the Down syndrome child. If you aborted it, I don't believe that is immoral. And if you were to not abort it, I don't think that's moral either. I think it's subjective. You do what works for you as a parent. So I'm not going to judge.
Yeah, but Dr. Bombay, based on your moral foundation, I want you to put yourself in this situation. If you were in a relationship with a woman and you guys had sex and were about to have a child, and let's say she had the opposite opinion that you would be able to label as an immoral opinion, would you think it would be immoral for her to want to abort a fetus based on the simple fact that it has Down syndrome? Would that be immoral, or do you think, like, is it good or is it bad?
Well, in regards to that question, if I wanted to have the baby and she wanted to kill the baby, well, abort the baby because of it being Down syndrome, then I would then say I would be against. I would see what she's doing as immoral.
Okay.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't stop her. It's like, okay, it's your body, right. But I would see it as immoral.
Okay.
Definitely.
Now, Gabe, how about you? How do you answer this?
Right. So I think the only way you can come to a solid conclusion logically is when you have like a defined set of moral rules. And I don't have that. I don't have a case where, say, your moral background says don't kill anyone. Like,
okay,
I
wait
don't
a sec.
have this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. I just want to, just for the sake of time, because we got a lot of people in the room. What is the metric you were measuring to decide whether something is good or not?
Right. So, relative, like, okay. So, I would say well-being in general.
Okay.
I would probably use the same one as you.
Okay.
I think.
So would you subscribe to the morality of wishing to maximize well-being for yourself and those around you? And just for a clarifier for everyone in the room, well-being meaning well-being that is demonstrated through medicine, the type of well-being we would talk about in the hospitals and in the doctor's office, like demonstrable well-being.
I would seek to maximize it, but I wouldn't be obligated to maximize it. Like, to say something is immoral, I feel is based on a set of like strict rules that you have for your morality. And so I it's hard for me to say anything is absolutely immoral.
Ooh, okay. Let's test this for a second. This is interesting that you have this position, because I think we'll discover where you draw the line. So having sex with a newborn baby, is that immoral?
Okay, yeah. So there's a lot that's very like objectionable to this, right? So you have a baby, you could argue has as human rights. I wouldn't say these I would say these are not absolute, but they are very strongly ingrained in us, and I would say it's is it absolutely immoral? I would say no, but I would say on this case, I don't know. I would feel like I feel like yeah, I feel like it sort of morality starts to lose its meaning a little bit.
Interesting. So okay, well let's.
I'd like to come in and answer that, and eventually, and more broadly on this topic.
So Gabe, so first of all, it sounds like you believe that moral foundations are subjective. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, based on your perspective, if you saw someone having sex or raping, is what I would call it, a baby infant, would you stop them because you think it's bad?
So I would say I would stop them because I think it's bad.
Right.
And I think most of the people around me would think it's bad. And I think the situation, evolutionary speaking, would work because you don't end up with many people who don't think it's bad. And so I sort of subscribe to this, what's the word for it? Secular. I think it's a secular humanist thing, where you have this arbitrary set of rules, and then you figure out what works by, for example, groups of people sort of dying out by a bad set of rules or a good set of rules leading to something else moving forward.
Right. So now you said that you subscribe to the well-being morality. So with the baby being raped, you would seek to want to maximize the well-being for yourself and those around you, and you see someone acting antithetically to another's well-being, so you would interject because it's immoral.
I would stop them, and they'd be welcome to stop me, but I think there'd be plenty more people on my side. That's how I evolutionarily see it.
Okay, but do you think it's a good idea to even consider what's popular?
Is it a good idea to consider what's popular?
Yeah, from a moralistic standpoint. Like, why would you consider what's popular? Because you might come across a tribe. Let's say you come across a tribe somewhere in northern Canada that they find babies to be expendable. So they'll have a few babies. They'll use some for sex, kill others just for pleasure, and allow some to grow up. When you arrive to that tribe, are you just going to say, well, this is morally acceptable here, so who am I to interject?
Right. Well, I think if you grow up in that place, it's much, much harder to object to this.
But that's not my question. I'm asking if you are a traveler and you arrive there, what are you going to recommend, or what are you going to say about that or think about that?
Right. I would struggle to come up with a convincing set of arguments that could convince, anyone, because I do sort of subscribe to moral relativism. So it's like,
Ooh.
yeah, do you see what I mean?
Okay, yeah. So we're using a pretty extreme example here. So it sounds like you might be willing to say that it's okay that they're doing that.
What was your question? Sorry.
Is it based on your moral relativistic perspective, which that is not mine, but based on yours? Okay. If you found a tribe doing this with babies, you would say, well, it's okay because it's their morality, it's their culture.
No, I would try to convince them otherwise. I would try to tell them that life in general is valuable and that this is a reasonable principle to base things on, because, we have to have some sort of set of rules, and where do you draw the line if you're sacrificing babies?
So then they say to you, well, tell us why we should stop. Why do you value these things different than us? What would be your answer?
I would argue that they're being self-inconsistent, right? I would say that if they value life in general, especially ones from their own tribe, then this child sacrificing must be inconsistent with that somehow.
Right. Well, they might say to you that, well, we don't value that. We just live based on, what we feel like doing, and we felt like doing this, and that became our culture. So we don't have any, feelings of wanting to change. Now, let's say you are unsuccessful in convincing them. Is it grounds to go in there and save those babies, even if it means killing a bunch of people?
Well, that's a good question. It's a question that I've thought about a lot. This one, is it grounds, basically? In other words,
for
you
war.
you have a group of people who are overpowered, or you can't overtake without committing an immoral act, right?
Well, let's be honest. It's not just they're raping little babies and just throwing them around, and let's say they're barbecuing them too and eating them. Is this grounds for war?
Is it grounds for war? I mean, yeah, I would say war is the right decision here.
War. I think you can equate it to this. In the Middle East right now, they're mutilating little girls' genitalia in a way that the little women do not want it done. And these women have spoken outwardly even as they become adults, but they do not have the equalization of women in Middle Eastern countries, simply just due to the rights. And obviously the male dominant countries don't care to change their ways, and their goal is not to be like a first world country. Their goal is not to be equal. Their goal is to do what they want to continue doing. Should we go rip those little girls away from their care and custody so that they stop mutilating their vaginas?
You have to pick and choose your battles, I think.
You do.
I don't think it's comparable. I think there's
Chris.
actually an easier solution to it in this case.
Chris, do you had something to say earlier? I think it was bouncing off something Gabe might have said to begin with, or.
Oh, no, it was to answer this question. And then also, I mean, really just talk about, should you have the right to, or is it immoral to? Because those are different questions.
Right.
Is it immoral to, abort a child with Down syndrome? And, that might be, we have such a hyper specific topic, we've honed in on. We can continue with that and come back to that later.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, Chris, a quick question before we delve into it again. Should a woman have the right to abort a fetus or to have an abortion at any stage of a pregnancy?
So I wouldn't necessarily say at any stage, and I've like thought about this in detail as far as like what weeks. I have like my own morality. I just to preface, I would say I'm moral relativist as well. But I recognize, or at least as far as I don't recognize a universal morality, like more or less, especially one that is human centric. But I, like yourself, believe in maximizing human happiness. I believe in minimizing like human suffering overall, individual suffering. Just to preface this.
So
can I ask?
yeah, so
Can I ask?
just to be a little specific, I just want to get to this specific point. So a woman who decides 3 days before her original due date that that I am all of a sudden an anti-natalist and I want to have this fetus destroyed. Do you think she should have legal rights to do that? Or should she not have the right to do that?
No, so personally,
From your
I
own
don't.
personal moral foundation.
Well, I think doctors should have the right to be able to save like one patient over another. If it is, and make that
No,
decision for
yeah,
themselves. I
outside
mean,
of that,
somewhat, and
this
then
is
like
based on
yeah,
ideology.
and yeah, as far as my own ideology, no, I don't think that 3 days before, birth. I mean, they should. I kind of like set that cutoff. I can't remember. You'd even actually like listed specific
26 weeks
specific week
where the
20.
pain neurons begin
Yeah.
firing. Yeah.
Though I would say there is an argument that, outside of like not being outside of the womb, that, there is no way to conceptualize that, if you're in a black void, that conceptualizing pain, there's an argument for that. But yeah, I mean, as far as the Down syndrome argument, you can determine that at 10 weeks, I believe. And prior to that, as much as, there are arguments about fingernails and heartbeats and things like that, there at stages prior to that, you have brain activity that is anywhere between like, the neural activity of a shrimp or, below the legal threshold for, I mean, being brain dead. I mean, so, if you were to argue that, personally, I think that, if you were to argue that this infant, has a right to life, I mean, like, you should be, and you're so much so to pick at that or whatever, you should be doing the same to the families that choose to take their loved ones off life support, that did not have like a DNR or whatnot. So personally, yeah, I mean, like once there's like, neural activity, for pain, and, we have the big argument that I think like keeps this like going for so long is like, that the debate on when life begins. And personally, I would, we're just really just making best guess, for the most part. When does someone, experience consciousness and have ego and, become a person, more or less. Some are like life begins at conception because they have, a spiritual basis for their morality. I mean, me personally, it's, when does consciousness form and when do we have the best evidence for that? And yeah, like you had said, 26 weeks.
Can I respond to that a little bit?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to kind of press on that. I'm forgetting half of what I was going to say. Hang on. Yeah. So, do you think that it's wrong to take any life whatsoever without their input?
No.
Because the reason I say that is because like I believe that, if it's almost trivial to say like we shouldn't murder, but I think the issue is not whether or not murder is right or wrong, but what do we define as murder? I think a lot of people would say, killing a serial killer is not murder. That's justice, right? And so when we talk about killing, let's say, an infant, are there any conditions in which we might describe that as not murder? And if so, then I think it really takes the whole "when does life begin" question off the table, because then it becomes irrelevant. If you can reasonably answer that, like, yes, this fetus is considered to be a person, but it's still justified in killing them, then that argument ceases to hold water, I think. So I think it's sort of an important question for us to ask ourselves.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, for most definitely. And yeah, thank you for pointing that out, because that's there is like a, I guess it's a gap in explanation or assumption that I was making, for like, the majority, from, my own personal experience. And, I know I grew up in a very strongly evangelical community, or very strong evangelical community. I argued in second grade with my friend, Timmy Clark. Shout out to Timmy Clark if you're listening. Sorry, I bombarded you with evangelical bullshit in second grade, but yeah, the argument is, because life has begun at this point, it is murder, and I have trouble having respect for those people that will, say, war is fine and the death penalty is fine. We can make that decision to kill, however they want to, jump around it, or, reframe it in their mind. Personally, I think, killing is killing, and, it's just weighing personally. What is more morally right? Killing, I would say, is bad overall, but,
So let me offer an example that's a little bit closer to the scenario that we're discussing. What about assisted suicide? Do you believe that assisted suicide is moral or justified under a set of circumstances?
It's a topic I'm incredibly conflicted about. So, I believe in, physical autonomy, like very much. I would say, part of something that I think is important to part of the abortion discussion is that, there is oftentimes far more opportunity for complications, death, and major permanent injury in live birth than there is in a abortion, a clean, like, not backdoor abortion. So
if you think,
as far as assisted suicide goes, like, it really depends. I think there should be parameters on that, because I think people that are, like I was saying earlier, I think the threshold for suffering can move. I've been through, I mentioned I've been through failed surgeries and whatnot. There was a point in my life that, had that been legal, like in where I am, I may have taken that option, and, I would have like very logical arguments for it. And that was, 5 years ago. I was dealing with, profound, constant suffering, and I don't think there would be any, for a lot of, like, a lot of places, there is a limit. There's parameters placed that, the person has to be, at confirmed, end of life stages. Others, like, people think, it should just be their choice. I think, it's hard to see outside of that suffering in the moment. And, it may conflict with their own, I wouldn't want that now, but I would have wanted that like 5 years ago. And I would have made that decision probably immediately.
So then I have two questions based on what you just said then. One is, do you think that there is a level of suffering at which anyone would decide to make that decision for themselves and try to end their own life? And then the second question,
yes, definitely.
Okay, so the second question is, do you believe, well, I was going to say, do you believe consent is necessary? But I think most people would say yes. But I would say, if you're, so take your own situation, had it been a lot worse, maybe 5 times as bad as it was for you, and you at some point lost your capacity to make decisions, not to feel pain, but just to make decisions, do you think it would be right for someone else to make that decision for you?
Definitely. I think, when somebody clearly doesn't have that capacity, I mean, that's where, I mean, yeah, DNRs are so incredibly important, or, it's important to discuss with your loved ones, what those boundaries are. I think that
just for clarification, I consider DNR to be consent. So I'm because you're preemptively making that decision, but assuming you did not have a DNR, you would say that it wouldn't be right, or no?
personally, that's something that, yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to say that I flip flop around on. I think there are a lot of good arguments for mercy killings, but I mean, I think that it is hard to know if somebody has the ability to consent. So, like for instance, I mean, somebody that has been drinking, there's a strong argument that they cannot participate in consensual sexual activity. I mean, that
Yeah.
despite being able to potentially write their own name, to be able to say verbally, I want this, or that we don't know. Yeah, they don't have all their faculties. And I think when you're experiencing even profound temporary
Well,
suffering, it is
hang on a
hard
minute.
to,
By that
well,
logic, you can't hold someone who's drunk responsible for a crime either.
I
yeah,
think you
I
can.
would agree.
Of course you
Oh,
can.
well,
I think, yeah, I think you can. Absolutely.
But
So let
They
me
make a
jump
choice
in
to
here
get drunk
too.
and get in a car.
Yeah, there's a complete difference between practical applications of societal laws and then whether we ought to hold that in moral contempt. So I would divert that conversation to another day and let Chris finish.
Sure. And I actually have, I think I kind of understand where Chris is coming from, but I think it would be helpful to use sort of an extreme concrete
Mace, I think
case.
we're getting some feedback from your mic there. If you could mute.
Peace.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah. So let's say you're in a war zone, you're on the battlefield, and somewhere in the distance, a nuclear bomb is dropped, and you escaped it because you were in a lead barrier. You escaped the radiation poisoning from it, but your friend didn't. In about 3 days, their innards are going to dissolve into mush. They're going to be puking blood. They will die a slow, painful death from radiation poisoning. And they ask you, no, they don't even ask you. Let's say it would be better for them to die now by putting a bullet in their head than it would be for them to continue living in total agony for the next 3 days. Do you think it's right to do it?
No.
oh yes, most definitely.
Yes.
Like I think that length of time and opportunity for variables is important. I mean, and they're facing end of life. I mean, whether they don't have all their faculties in that moment, I'm sure they don't. I mean, but
yeah.
they're again,
I mean, if
there's a
I
definitive
could,
end, and
Well, I just want to I'm pretty much done asking questions, but I just want to kind of conclude my thoughts on that issue. I think, what we're demonstrating here is that, everyone dies, but there is a point at which death is preferable to whatever life means for you after that. And there is a point at which suffering is great enough that death might always be justified. And so I think if there's any disagreement about whether or not you should abort a fetus who has Down syndrome, the objection is not like an a priori objection. It's certainly about, whether or not you can personally justify on those terms. And so,
I mean, at some point, you're kind of saying, the way I see it, especially when it comes to something like euthanasia or assisted suicide of humans, it's usually in terminally ill cases, right? Where it's the pain is growing to an immense rate, and there's just nothing you can do about it, and so that person is giving visual or verbal cues to say, "I'd rather be dead," and we're able to notate that. When you're talking about terminating somebody over Downs, not everybody who has a terminal illness wants that, right? So you have to wait for that cue from the subjective experience to say, yes,
well,
now I want it. And in
that's why I brought
addition,
up the
hold on, let
extreme
me finish my
case without
thought.
consent.
Let me finish my thought. And in addition, when it comes to mentally mental pain, society tends to just push towards mental suicide being the incorrect thing, and just trying to seek help for that person to overcome those mental blocks, because that's something that no one really, except for extremely rare cases, would constitute as terminally ill. And that's kind of what the label you're putting on when it comes to something like Down syndrome.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, we're making a distinction between terminally ill and someone who's going to suffer in their life but will probably not die soon. And I'm saying that that's a very blurry distinction. That's like, I think what you're really saying is you have a high degree of confidence that their life will be short either way, but you can't be certain. I would just kind of take certainty off the table and just say, there is a point where as you increase the confidence that they will suffer immensely, and that they will probably die soon, as you increase the level of confidence in those on those axes, gradually, I think most people, their opinion would shift toward, yes, it's okay to end their life with or without consent.
Am I coming through, guys?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my light wasn't working. I want to go to Alexander. Alexander, how do you answer this moral dilemma? If he's with us.
Alexander, if you're with us, give us a sign.
Yes, he's here.
I can sense
Profile pic with Epicurus.
Is it working?
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. I'm only on briefly, but my stance in the chat, I wouldn't abort the kid. I don't know what the follow-up to that is.
Oh, you would not abort, and would you claim that it is immoral to do so based on Down syndrome alone?
Yes.
And why? Can you communicate your moral foundation, how it comes into contact with that a little bit?
Yeah, so my moral foundation prioritizes the freedom of individual agents to act as they see fit, and to allow people the potential to flourish as much as possible in their lives. And I would consider it immoral to deprive anyone, even the not yet birthed Down syndrome person, of that opportunity. They have plenty of chance in life to exercise their individuality, to flourish in some kind of way. It might be different, and it might be limited compared to someone who doesn't have it, but that opportunity should still be afforded to them.
So perhaps, and do you think you could be a good father to a child, let's say, who was kind of in the middle of the Down syndrome spectrum? Do you think you could be a good father, Alexander, or would you be putting that child up for adoption? Now, I'd like to say, if I was a woman, and it was ultimately my choice on the abortion, I would actually be carrying to term and putting the Down syndrome baby up for abortion for that very reason you just outlined, Alexander, as opposed to terminating. If any of us guys in the room want to answer, if things change for us.
Said abortion. You mean up for adoption?
Adoption. I mean, yes.
For adoption.
Adoption.
Well, I'll at least answer your initial question for me personally. I mean, it would depend on, you know, my life circumstances and what I know, kind of thing. Like me today, I mean, I would probably put the child up for adoption. That's not something I don't think I have the psychological capacity or maturity even to handle right now. But I would like to think or hope that there would be a time in my life, you know, within the next, you know, maybe 10 years or so, where if that happened, I'd have a lot of learning and growing to do in the process, but I would give it a go.
Yeah. Some people view this as like such a burden, right? And others are just, others are not fazed by it at all. It's astounding.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, it depends a lot. I mean, how you value, I mean, your personal freedom versus, you know, when you should commit. And like, you know, like if you think that self-sacrifice is ever necessary, you know, if you feel like, you know, that, you know, obligation at any point is morally right. You know, I think it's something that, you know, we talk about, one reason why I wanted to gauge early on suffering, you know, and see, you know, how people gauge suffering and see if anybody could come up with any arguments outside of burden on the parents, you know, whether or not, you know, you can be a good parent. You know, I think it's something, this may just be something to think about personally and just, you know, provide perspective and see, search within yourself and, you know, consider if reframing or reanalysis is necessary. But, you know, how much of this debate at all is that, you know, this child would suffer and not, you know, that this child is a burden on society, you know. And I think, you know, for me, you know, when I had like a botched like spinal surgery, it was, you know, pretty awful. They used like the wrong equipment. It was woke up and had one surgery that was not the surgery I signed up for. It was pretty crazy. And yeah, pretty horrific. And the thing that was hardest for me was, you know, feeling like, you know, I had no place in the world anymore. And that may not have changed. You know, luckily, you know, I was able to like, not real necessarily, I don't want to say pull myself up by my bootstraps. I mean, there was a good amount of bootstraps happening there, but I mean, really a lot of it came down to luck and circumstance and things falling in the right place. And that's, I mean, really a lot of like what it took for a circumstance to change. I mean, having to work through suffering with zero support. And I think, yes, I think Scientific Best had brought up support prior. You know, it's, I think, you know, suffering can increase profoundly when there is no support. And, you know, I would say that, yeah, I mean, that can be a big deciding factor for, you know, whether or not someone would choose euthanasia, is if they know that, like, you know, that suffering is only going to be amplified by constantly not being able to like take care of their basic needs for whatever reason. So yeah, I don't know, something to consider.
Let's check in with Mace again, because Mace, you were kind of undecided, not sure how to wrestle with this. Do you have any more clarity now?
Not really.
I would buy as many babies as possible.
Buy? Why would you buy?
That's an odd word choice.
I know, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
It's funny that.
What about you, Gabe? Where are you at now?
Yeah, I was trying to put my moral philosophy testing up against different situations like the ones you guys presented.
Right.
I'm still I feel at a similar spot that I was. I mean, I feel like what works is just the the way humans evolved in general. Like we each have a conscience, and in general, it seems to have gotten there for a reason and guide us in certain ways for a reason. I mean, I understand there's lots of flawed logic in that, but like, in the one example we have, we've at least come up with Western society, and that seems to be pushing us forward and pushing back the dark ages so far, at least.
So would you say we are in a better position now than we were in the dark ages?
I feel like that's an obvious yes.
And what allows you to say that that it's obvious? From what what perspective?
I mean, in general, lives are longer and moments of pain and suffering are less, and people have much more freedom to do what they
smartphones, cars, planes,
etc.
Yeah, technology is a good one.
Yeah, technology.
From my perspective of what is good.
Yeah.
Also, if you're hungry, you can, like, pretty much everyone can just clench their thirst and clench their hunger whenever they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, we seem to have enough programs in place, at least in the West, that people do not go hungry if they utilize the systems that we've put in place.
I'm hearing some static.
Yeah, I think it's Mace's. I don't know why that's happened with his mic.
All right. So was that?
Well, I was just saying, in the West, at least, we've come to a point where, people don't have to go hungry even if they don't work. We have programs in place to help make sure that people do not go hungry or thirsty.
Yeah, and adoption is actually an option these days. It's like, I probably wouldn't feel like I could abort the kid if I could just have the kid get adopted. It's like,
Right, but you're a man incapable of birthing.
Oh, of course. I mean,
so, but it's interesting to switch sexes and to think about it from your perspective, to say to try to speak about how you think you might act if you had this ability to birth.
Well, I don't think it's the ability to birth. I think it's that maybe actualized, or maybe.
I thought you were going to say if you had this disability to birth, then.
Yeah, I mean, I think a mother's instinct is something that comes into play, and that's very heavily fueled by hormones. I mean, like this is like part of the brain chemistry of why a mother stays close to their child.
Though, Gabe. It's not fundamental to women.
What's not fundamental?
That yearning to be a mother that you're citing. It's not fundamental. It's something we can come to expect from many women, but I'm not sure if you're claiming it to be fundamental, but I just wanted to underline that, of course, we have many women who have no interest in bearing children or even in men at all.
Right. I'm just saying.
What percentage do you think that is
between men and women? That this is the difference, right? And these are just like brain chemistry differences. I mean, so if there's any argument, like I don't feel like there's any argument I can't make as a man, right? That I would see differently as a woman, like except for the brain chemistry potentially, like.
Yes.
Well, brain chemistry is veritable. I mean,
go
like,
ahead,
you know,
Chris.
hormone levels change a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm including hormone levels, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
there are general things to expect, and we can even make generalizations from a clinical psychological perspective. I just sometimes people cite these things as fundamental to what it means to be a woman or something like that, and of course, this is not fundamental.
right. I mean, yeah. I mean, going back to I don't know that it's I don't know that it's fundamental to the argument to make the distinction between men and women here. I think it's more logic.
Well, you may have, Gabe, you may have the power, like you were talking about, the reason why I brought it up. You may have the power to decide to birth this, Down syndrome child and give it up for adoption if you don't think you could take on the added responsibilities. But in a circumstance where you're the man, you ultimately cannot make that decision. You can make a moral judgment on it, but you can't fundamentally make the decision.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you have a baby mama, then it is, more or less your baby. So, I mean, it's like, I suppose in that way it's pretty much the same, no?
That reminds me of The Office when Michael Scott keeps calling himself a baby mama to Daryl down in the office, and it's not even his baby inside Jan. Or the baby that's born isn't even his, and he wasn't even there for the birth, and it's not his at all, and he keeps calling himself a baby mama. And Daryl's like, Michael Scott's like, did Daryl, from one baby mama to another, he's like, you're a baby mama? He's like, yeah. What, did you feel something special when you held your child for the first time? He's like, hell yeah. Do you know why? Because that was my baby.
Oh, God. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say this is something that it wouldn't be necessarily a bad idea to dig further into, because I mean, I would agree with Pangburn that there you can make a moral judgment, but it should be ultimately my body, my choice, right? Just to be the only
yeah. So
woman on here, but it's I think I've known people personally that don't think that it should be a couple's choice, that the father should have equal say in whether his sexual partner has to carry that baby to term. I mean, like, he should have a say in that. And so I think there are people that are probably listening that hold that and don't understand why the my body, my choice,
although Chris
exists.
Yeah, my body, my choice, I think should only go to a certain length in this case. I think after the 26 weeks, the woman and the fetus become partners in carrying it to term. I don't think a woman should be able to abort anything after that stage. I think it's immoral.
Why do you say 26 weeks?
And I personally agree.
Yeah, because that's when the pain neurons start delivering. And until we discover more about, what I'm writing in my second book, when the pleasure drive starts kicking in, I think we simply all are our pleasure drives. And that's where I want to know where that starts kicking in. And based on the evidence that's available so far, I think that is our best indicator.
I have some questions for you then,
Sure.
Travis. How about animals have pleasure and pain drives.
Yep.
Do you value animals as much as humans?
No. Now this is opening a whole can of worms into a different conversation. I don't really want to go this far off topic, but what I'll tell you quickly is that, and I've spoken about this a lot, that I have, and I think we all have in society, come up with certain moral, individual moral contracts for individual species. So, in most people are fine with the idea of killing a mouse if it's in your house, right? Or some people will say, "Oh, I prefer to catch it and release it out somewhere, but if it dies in the process, then so be it." And then you start getting a little bit less okay with it once you start getting towards dogs and cats, and you start looking at, oh, okay, well, what's our current moral contract with dogs over in South Korea? Well, in South Korea, some people eat dogs as a delicacy. So there's these individual moral contracts we come up with all different species on this planet. Ants, some insects. Some people cannot stand seeing a spider get stepped on, and they have a different moral contract than I, where if there's a spider in my house, I'll hit it with a magazine. Some of them,
Try my
depends,
best to put it outside.
Depends on the species.
Try my
Sometimes
best.
I might catch it and take a look at it, and if I do go through that process, I'll put it outside. But I'll be honest, if there's one running across the floor while I'm watching a movie with my girlfriend, I'll usually punch it and put it out of its misery. But
I think also, if I could chime in with you, Travis, if you don't mind me interjecting, is my morality says if we don't know enough about consciousness, we don't know enough about a fetus's pain sensors, we should err on the side of caution, and we should err on that we shouldn't be terminating at a certain amount of weeks, because we're not definitive in those answers yet, and we need to try to give that leeway to not say in 20 years, when we found out that we have been killing consciousness at the root for so many potential children, that we were immoral at the time and we should have known better. And I think humanity continuously does this to itself. It's a terrible cycle.
Yeah, but Grim, we have scientific indication of what activity is and when it starts. We have that. It's not like we're just pulling it out of our ass. We have no.
No, we're not pulling
nothing,
it out of our ass.
But Grim, we have nothing, zero, to demonstrate that there is any significant brain activity of any kind before that would relate to feeling or a sense of being. Then that stage. So, and that is already
right, but that's erring on the side of caution, because we're still trying to figure out, right, exactly when that consciousness, when that life, right, that we consider life, but we're scientifically not there yet, as you can agree. And so that's where I say we should side on the error of caution until we do know. And when we do know, right, then we can start to say, at these stages, we can do that. But right now, it's still being debated. It's still we know when, like you said, when pain sensors come up, when the brain cells actually start forming. But we still have a hard problem of consciousness. We still have a hard problem of understanding exactly what consciousness is and how it works.
Yeah, but I don't think you need to understand it exactly at this level to make a moral judgment on it based on our current scientific understanding. Because if you start going into fields, Grim, with an attitude of we don't know exactly this, you're not going to exactly know anything.
So before we lose the thread of animals, I want to sort of make the case for why it sort of makes sense in this discussion. Right. So if you model life on a scale of self-awareness, consciousness, pain, et cetera, all of this is like the signs of an evolved brain, you could say, roughly speaking. And And so if you line everything up on that scale and that's the way you see things, well, an underdeveloped like fetus brain is actually much even a 2-year-old's brain, right, is much less developed than a dog's or a monkey's.
Yeah, that's why I said we have different moral contracts with other species. The moral contracts we have with our own is different than we have with dogs.
So let me just try. Can I chime in, guys? This is Soldier of Science. Thanks for letting me join. And I'm sure you guys have probably already discussed this before I was able to watch the beginning. But obviously, right, Iceland has, pretty much eliminated Down syndrome in Iceland, pretty much because they can test for that. And when someone comes back with a test that their fetus has a likelihood of Down syndrome, they allow them to abort it. And so what I'm hearing from you all is that it really comes down to what you describe as life for that being, and it doesn't really matter the quality of life that being may have, as long as we come up with a line in the sand. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Let me. I think that's kind of confusing things. Let me just ask you the question, Soldier, and we'll go through the process here. Is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus just for the simple fact that it has Down syndrome? So how would you wrestle with that moral question?
For me, no.
Okay, it's not immoral.
For me,
now, can you try to relate it to your own moral foundation for us, so we can understand how you are coming to that conclusion and how you are justifying it?
Yeah, so I think a lot of you have agreed that there's probably not concrete science on when a human develops a brain to the point that it feels pain, and then therefore you have some immoral sense if you're killing a being that can experience pain. But on the other hand, you have to reconcile it with the quality of life for that being and the quality of life for the parents that are taking care of that being, and even more on a, I don't want to get into the eugenics of the fact, but on an evolutionary scale of your species, right?
Okay, we're going too far. Just hang on, Soldier.
Down syndrome people are infertile, so there's no eugenics argument.
Just 1 second.
You're not going to stop Down syndrome from happening.
Okay. Soldier, what is your moral foundation?
Okay.
Like what
I didn't know that.
What metric are you using to determine what is immoral and what is moral?
I guess basically the golden rule, treat others as you would want to be treated.
Okay. And so how is that connected to your answer in this deck? Because I'm sure you wouldn't want to be aborted, right?
Right. I mean, exactly. Like, how does it connect to the morality of the situation? I think I described that by saying that we define, if it comes down to a fetus, right, where we define that fetus as being affected immorally because of pain at a certain time in its life, that it has brain cognition, or I don't even know how we define it. Is it self-awareness? Is it right when they have brain function? I really don't know that.
So I'm not asking you to answer that question, but I'm asking you, like, if we're looking at your moral foundation being the golden rule, if we can just imagine you as that fetus, regardless of you having Down syndrome or not, you're looking at it from your perspective now, you would have wanted to exist, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if I can answer that.
Well, if you are consistent with your golden rule standard, then your answer would be yes, correct?
Not necessarily. You don't necessarily have to have Down syndrome to not want to be alive, right?
Right. So I'm just trying to get to the core of whether or not you want to be alive.
I want to be alive, but that's not discounting that many people on the planet, regardless of whether they have Down syndrome or whether they just have a shitty life,
I'm
want
not
to be
talking
alive.
about other people.
And is it immoral for them to say, I have a shitty life and therefore I wish I was never born? I don't think that's immoral.
Right. So
I'm not
asking.
Immoral. What is immoral is what you're saying is a parent choosing for that particular life form.
So
or I'm not saying you're saying that, but I'm saying
I don't want to get away from. We're moving away from your golden rule here. I want because I think your golden rule may not be what you think it is, because you've just said that, from your standpoint right now, you want to be alive. So treating others, even if we're talking about other fetuses, as you would want to be treated, does that not mean that you would not abort the Down syndrome fetus? So either.
I understand your question. Yeah. Again, I understand your question. I think, obviously, I'm a man, and so I'm, I can't get pregnant. But I think that the burden of a baby, the burden of caring for a human being, the mental fatigue that a parent can take on, their life consequences. For me, that comes into play as far as morality, as far as the line that you draw in the sand.
Right.
And so, for me, I think the life of the mom, for example, probably outweighs the life of the fetus at a certain point in that fetus's life, if you really want to pin me on it.
Yeah. So now, just a follow-up question. Do you think there should be laws that say a woman cannot abort the fetus in their belly? Well, let's start with 3 days before their original due date.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Good. The reason why I ask that is because not everyone thinks that those laws should be in place. And even though it wouldn't really affect anything because women don't do that, but there's a lot of hysteria that tends to come from the religious right.
Can I give you a personal example of,
sure.
You just drew a line in the sand about 3 days, but a lot of the United States is doing it after what I believe 15 weeks.
Yeah, the 3 days was just to see.
No, I know. I know.
The people that is willing to say absolutely women's right to their own body all the time, including 3 days before they can decide to. For even an ideological reason, some people say from an anti-natalist perspective.
I realize that, Travis. Yeah. You were just like, hey, let's start at the extreme and see how far this guy's willing to go. But I'm going to give you an honest example of this. In the United States, I think there's several states that are trying to ban it, I believe, after 15 weeks. And that's probably various, depending on the state. So, my ex-wife and I had a complicated pregnancy, and our baby daughter that she was pregnant with ended up having what's called fetal hydropsis, which is water that ends up developing inside the fetus, and it develops around the lungs, it develops around the brains, and ends up swelling up the fetus to the point of injuring the mother, because it swells up and the organs gets impacted and it swells up. And in my ex-wife's case, what is super scary about this is, like, she was going through 2 different insurance companies while she was pregnant, so there was probably a month period of time that she didn't get an ultrasound. And by the time that they realized that this baby had what's called fetal hydropsis, she was 7 months pregnant, dude.
Yeah.
7 months. And so, I can't even go into the detail of how they had to excavate this baby. and really the choice was that she held it, potentially held it 2 more months and gave birth to a dead baby, but at almost the cost of her life, or they excavated it then at 7 months, which you can imagine was like a 3 or 4 day ordeal.
Wow.
And
that's
so
terrible. I'm sorry that happened, by the way.
Yeah. So, yep. Thank you. So this personal experience is to say that there are certain things that happen that you cannot even identify till after 25 weeks.
Yep.
And this is one of them, fetal hydropsis.
Yep.
You can't even identify it.
And you know what, Soldier? This is why I created a new term for these situations called sebaceans. I don't know why I came up with that, but that was the term I created because a lot of people think that those are abortions. But I think when people talk about abortions, they mean something completely different than those circumstances. So I think there actually needs to be a new term for those situations, because some people will say, "Oh, you guys had an abortion at 7 months." It's like, well, that's not. Right. It's not even in the same category as abortion, as far as I'm concerned.
So fair enough. I mean, basically, what you're saying is that you can understand what I'm saying, that if a law is preventing people or women from having abortions after a certain time, maybe you have to come up with a different definition.
Yeah, it wouldn't include what you went through, you know?
Exactly. So, yep. Thank you for letting me share.
I think it is an important story to share, though. I mean, even if, you think the average person that would vote on.
Yeah, well, it's there is a language barrier thing and what people mean by X when these two political sides start talking about this stuff, and I see all the time people get hung up on that exact example of what Soldier of Science brought up from his life. And people will be like, "Well, see, we've had, here's another tick on an abortion that happened at 7 months," and they're not talking about the details of it. So then people are thinking, "Well, there's abortions happening at 7 months. Here's an example." Well, that one wasn't an abortion, as far as I see people using that term. It wasn't like this thing where the. And again, I'll say this, before 26 weeks, I don't care if a woman says like, I just want to go on a trip. I don't want to have this freaking baby, and they get an abortion. I don't have any moral problems with that. I just don't. But as long as at a certain stage, women realize that after this stage, you become in a partnership, in kind of a part ownership of your reproductive system, until the fetus is born into a baby.
I think I would agree with that. I know, I'm an independent voter in the United States, so I have discrepancies with the left and the right. But with that said, again, I am not a woman, but I do know that there's probably circumstances where there are uneducated people that don't even know they're pregnant.
Yeah.
And
of course,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, they're like, "Hey, I was never taught that sex could actually get me pregnant."
I know
there are
some
these people that exist in the world, and they, all of a sudden they don't have their period, but they don't realize it. And then 5 months go by and like, boom, holy crap, I'm pregnant. I don't know how that happened. I thought, kissing could get me pregnant.
Right.
Whatever. I know that there are these people that exist out there. I know that there are the teens who get pregnant, and it is so distasteful in their family to admit that they're pregnant,
right,
that they could get beaten by their family members. If they admit to that. So how do we solve those instances?
Well, it happens at parenting and education, because the kids got to get the information from somewhere, and it's, for me, it all has to start with solid foundation skepticism, and that's really what we need to start pushing in the education centers everywhere. and in parenting. I think the government should. I think all governments should have, just like you have a poet laureate, they should have a philosopher at the government level that's going to issue through mail some interesting topics to discuss that relate to philosophy with the family. They would be simple topics, but start encouraging philosophical discourse amongst your citizens. And there are many different programs you could do. You could even do contests for families to record their conversations and submit them to a government to win prizes. Like, there's a lot of ways that you can be promoting on a very large scale for your country skepticism and philosophy. And it doesn't matter about whatever your ideological background or your particular worldview or your religion. Accepting these conversations into your home and working at it. But this is all part of a presentation and program that I am preparing to submit to the Canadian government. So I hope we could adopt something along the lines of, at school every day, 15 minutes, you get into the skeptical question of the day or the skeptical problem of the day. And it might be like something geometric that needs to be solved. And, skepticism is going to lead the way, or it might be, a question to be discussed. It might be a riddle. It might be, when you get into the younger ages, something to do with colors and shapes. It's like skepticism, these skeptical problems can be built for all ages. And I think that area is the biggest failure. How to think is the biggest failure of education worldwide today.
No, I agree. And there's a guy, he's an investment guy named Meet Kevin on YouTube who just put in his lot to run for governor of California. And he actually has some really cool plans about even teaching people how to be financially aware, about stock markets and all of these things, which kind of goes in line with your critical thinking. But I'm about to get super controversial here, and so here's a question for you all that you can mull over. I know this is going to sound really bad, but if you had an ability, if there was a vaccine, let's say, or a reversible surgery procedure that could be done on children and be reversed so that they could never get pregnant. Like, humans couldn't get pregnant until they reverse this surgery or vaccine. But that would require to be able to do that would be having a license, like a license to birth. And I know that doesn't get rid of rape or anything like that, but would in a world where you could have this technology, would you allow it so that human citizens would have to be aware of the basics of, hey, I need this much economics, I need this much amount of support, and I can get a license and qualify for it, and then I can have children? Would that be preferable to abortion?
I think without having a license, absolutely yes. Like,
so yeah,
I think you're kind of treading weird ground if you say a government can decide when exactly and under what circumstances someone can procreate. But
yeah, it is. That's probably the controversy in it.
Have a shameless plug here for the concept of antinatalism, which I will be hosting a talk that we will definitely get into on Sunday. So, like I said, we've been kind of touching on it here and there in the previous discussions, and I've been quiet because I'm at work. But yeah, come see us Sunday. We'll talk about antinatalism in depth.
Okay, cool.
I would maybe consider having controls where you have to reach a certain point of adulthood to have that procedure reversed or whatever.
Okay. No, I appreciate this. I mean, it's a It's an interesting topic. Like, I mean, would we prefer to kill, for humans to kill a bunch of fetuses that probably go beyond our line in the sand, or would we prefer to make it so they can't have babies in the first place until they are capable of doing it?
Yeah, no. My argument as a thesis, real quick, is definitely that non-existence is preferable to existence as a whole. Therefore, the concept of antinatalism plays very big into that. It's ultimately a personal decision, but the practicality of the philosophy will be discussed. All right, guys, I gotta
No,
go.
I hear you. But I mean, yeah, we can't go into that obviously, because if you're non-existent, then you don't have the brain capacity to choose that in the first place. But so the hindsight, it's a hindsight argument of is life preferable to non-life while I'm alive? Well, yeah, because we're talking and I haven't killed myself yet, right? So I mean, that's a definite yes there.
Well,
think
you did say you haven't killed yourself yet.
Exactly, right. And so who was that that's having that argument? I want to add you.
Hanging Chad.
Hanging Chad? Oh, okay.
I think it's more of an argument of, is it unethical to bring someone into the world? Period. Well, there's a lot. I'll save it for that day. It's a good perspective.
Is that your YouTube, Hanging Chad?
Oh, I think he's actually hosting a talk, much like this one.
No, I'm just saying I can't find him on YouTube.
I would say it's a great idea. I mean, assuming like there are no long-term repercussions. I mean, it is entirely reversible. I would agree I think it was Scientific Best that said that, licensure is, yeah, I mean, I would eliminate that because I mean, that can definitely be a method for just straight eugenics.
Yeah,
like ethnic cleansing, maybe.
Right. No. No,
yeah,
I mean absolutely.
there's too much.
The government aspect. The government aspect is the huge aspect of it, because it's basically who decides on who qualifies, and does that disqualify every person who's economically not sound to have children? Probably. So yeah, it's not even just eugenics. It's classism. Classism at some point probably as well. But
Can you imagine if China had that right now, and what would happen to the Uyghurs?
Right.
know?
But I just kind of wanted to throw that out there as a mind thought.
The exciting thing I would say about it is pregnancy becomes something that doesn't just happen to you, which I know that sounds strange. I mean, but like for a lot of teenagers, it more or less is that, and I mean a lot of adults even that they're only having a child just because oops, my birth control screwed up by apparently my antibiotics interacted with the consistent birth control that I had. It's pregnancy is something that happens to them versus a choice that they get to make, and I think that adds value to it. Now something to consider, based on your own ethics. I mean, would that potentially I mean, is humanity lazy enough that this becomes enough of a barrier that we'll eventually wipe ourselves out? Some would say yeah, that's another benefit. I mean, others would say that oh my god, I didn't think about that. Never mind.
Yeah, but I mean, even without that technology, you have statistics in the world which basically says the more educated you are, the more money you make, the less kids you end up actually having. And so if you look at the populations of the world, it is less educated and less economically able humans that have more kids and are actually outpopulating those populations of more educated people. So regardless of whether you had to have a license, and I would even surmise that even if you create that requirement to enforce it, would be really hard unless you're literally doing it at birth in every country. You're like every country is agreeing to that. So
Yeah,
interesting.
and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing that, I guess the demographic that, you um, expressed. I would say that a lot of that comes down to, I mean, why that's happening, doesn't have to do with people that are intelligent or necessarily making better choices, maybe. I mean, that is a factor, I would say, in that, they've had more access to parental support, whatever it might be. I mean, but I think that also plays
Well, even
into the choice that I was saying, I guess.
I would
That
I would even say a lot of it has to do with religion. I mean, you look at a lot of the countries who are controlled by Catholics, powers, who have traditionally said, you know what, don't use birth control and use the rhythm method. And you're talking about all kinds of countries that Christianity has controlled and has taught this to them. Well, for sure, yeah, that's going to expound that. That's going to expound that birth rate because you don't believe in birth control.
I was thinking about your question, and I was thinking, wait, don't we already have something like this? Isn't that called puberty? And basically, if you think about it, it gives everyone, I don't know, a good 14 plus or minus a few years to get educated, and and it's hard to make the government argument, right? Like, is this person qualifying on the basis of, are they responsible? Like, that's hard. And I wouldn't necessarily go down that route. But something like age, like, I feel is a much more universal factor and more acceptable factor if that's what it were to be. And like, we already have this mechanism, and so the only factor I think left to discuss is like education, and it seems like maybe there is a solution there, right? Like, if you just
But doesn't sexual consent laws
I
kind of
disagree.
I was just
that?
I was gonna say, Travis, like, hit it on the head, like that. We would completely reject that because obviously, and I'll even say, 10 and 11-year-olds have become pregnant.
Sure.
Yeah, 10 and 11-year-olds have become pregnant. But in the United States, our laws have slowly crept up from 14 years and 16 years. And I think there's probably a couple states in the United States that still have 16 to 18 years, which is 8 years beyond what puberty happened for a particular individual and their brain state, and we know that even our brains probably are still developing past 18, probably into 22 and 25, to where you really develop a sense of self. So to say that puberty is the age of where you're smart enough is just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous argument.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
I guess I was just gonna say, you know, evolutionary, natural selection kind of gave us that that delay there for, because it was pretty reasonable. But also lifespans like 200 years ago, where you might live to 40. So
Right.
it's a very different circumstance that we live in today, where you have a lot more opportunity to raise your kids in terms of like how many decades do you have on Earth to raise your kids.
Yeah, we don't base anymore. We probably, my great grandmother, I think both of them got married at like 14 and 15 years old. Both of them were from Alabama, and so for sure, when our lifespans were younger, you had to get busy and procreate before that. But we, as far as a society and as far as our mental capability and what we realize when we become, children into becoming adults, is a much longer period now. And to recognize that, you have to draw a line somewhere.
Also,
Yes,
one
but
thing
that
I
is
want to Go ahead.
I was gonna say that hasn't changed as much for women though, because men can, sire children, um, I mean, for the much, much, much longer age range. So I mean, like, you guys are only limited, by how long you want to live. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea of sperm counts of 98-year-olds, but
Right.
it's after you like hit 30. I mean, like, you have a much more limited window or a much lower chance of a viable pregnancy as a woman. So I mean, those numbers haven't changed as much, and not necessarily that. I don't know. I would
It's true.
change any of my opinions on like how early I should conceive a child, but it's just a perspective that I think
No, and I think
eliminates some of
it's
that.
obviously it's an individual argument as to the maturity of a certain human being. I would imagine, but you still have to draw a line at what point is society maturing to where we think a teenager is capable of taking care of a child, and we don't typically say it's at the line of puberty now. We basically don't do that anymore. We say, you know what, that people who are older and men who are older are intelligent enough to know that they probably shouldn't go after people just when they get into puberty. And there's a reason for that.
Yeah, but how many children, or I should say, how many teenagers, which, I don't know. Yeah, that line is blurred even still. How many teenagers, I mean, choose to have a child, like, someone that is like 32, 34, 36, 42, I mean, would, where you, in this, I guess, problem we proposed, I mean, you actually have to go out of your way, consult with insurance, and actually like have the procedure done. I mean, that I think, we are not considering is like the first barrier, not even like, this proposed license or test or, age of maturity. I would say just like the inconvenience would be enough to put people off. I mean, because of
I'm
the
down with
few
it.
people
I'm
that I
down with
know
it.
that, yeah, I mean, I'd say the few people that I know that, got, pregnant like in their teens, I mean, or even like their early 20s, it was just like, oh, oops, well, I always wanted a family. This is a good thing. Or, those people that, come from rough backgrounds that decide on a whim, okay, we're going to have a baby because this is going to keep our relationship together in their 16-year-old brain that,
Yeah.
or, whatever it might be, but they still, were they to have to go through however long of a waiting period, have to undergo a procedure. I mean, like, would go through that much like decision and that many chances of, wow, this is too much work, like to, decide otherwise.
Well, I'm totally down with it because I'm thinking from a fascist world takeover point of view where the world population is growing too much for our resources. Totally cool with it. There you go.
I guarantee you a very high percentage of the population would rather just have fun without consequences, all right?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, I mean, and if you're too young and not mature enough to be able to handle, hey, you know what, I've got to wear a condom, even though all my peers around me are saying, no, you don't have to wear a condom. None of that. Throw that all out the window.
Right.
Like all of those bad decisions that teenagers make based on peer pressure, based on laws, based on whatever, based on feeling alone. All that's out the window now. You just now have to get a license, and sorry, bro, you had to grow up to do it first. I'm down
Not
with
even
it.
a license, getting a
Down with it.
procedure. I mean, how many of us have like, put off a doctor's appointment that we need to have this thing or that thing? Like, I don't want to call.
What if
I
it's
don't like
literally
talking
a
on the
vaccine?
phone.
What if it's a vaccine? What if it's literally a shot? A shot they put in your arm and it reverses.
It
could happen.
It's almost gotten to that point, no?
Yeah. What if it's that simple? What if it is literally that simple that
they're testing that? They're testing something similar to that in men right now. There's human trials going on in some birth control mechanisms where they inject something into essentially your arm, and it will prevent you from being able to produce offspring as a male, and then you can easily reverse it later. There seems to be hormonal changes, but I mean,
what I'm talking about. You just the controversial part is you're just now doing it pre-pubescence, so you're basically doing it without the choice of your offspring, which I think is where the immoral part comes in.
Ironically, I think anyone who's doing genital mutilation as a culture should be on board with it. I mean,
right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Agreed.
I mean, you don't even have to do it until the person gets, through puberty. Like, you can wait till 12 years old. You don't have to do it to babies. I mean,
true. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's true. Solutions here, folks. I'm here for you all.
Well, you can thank your parents for that.
Touche.
Yeah, actually, so one other thing that I had meant to bring up that I'm not sure I've heard from other people yet is when people actually study, why do economically disadvantaged populations tend to have more children? One of the things that they found is, there's a correlation with education, but when they ask them, why do you want so many kids? Most people report that, it's like, I'll say, well, who's going to take care of me when I'm old, And I think what that really demonstrates is that there's an economic privilege aspect to this. Yeah. And I think when we're talking about education, a lot of people want to say, oh, well, they're making smarter decisions for themselves, yada, yada, yada. But I think the more sensible conclusion to draw is that as you increase your education, you are typically economically more stable, and more, and you can have a higher expectation that the children that you do have will survive to adulthood, and you don't need your children to help you with providing family income.
No, you hit it on the head. I mean, obviously, if you live in the United States or Canada, you pretty much look at how things have progressed in the United States or in Canada, but in the entire world, you hit it on you hit it on the head. Basically, when you go from a rural background where you grew up in farms, you needed 5 and 6 kids to help you. In those farms, and as well, what you said, basically, if you didn't have the medical ability, you didn't have the ability to go to hospitals that were close by you. You basically had to deal with diseases that were happening to your children without being able to get medical health. A certain number of them are going to die off, and so traditionally, when you're going from a rural environment to more civilization, and you can gain more money and you can provide for more health for the 1 or 2 or 3 children that you have, you don't need to have 10 kids anymore because you live in a freaking farm out in the middle of the world. But there are still those farms that exist, and there's still parts of Africa that these tribes exist. There's still parts in everywhere in the world that they don't have
seen it in America.
The medical. So that's it. I mean, that's really it.
I mean, I would still argue that does exist in the United States for sure. That at least here, social support systems aren't there. That like, who's going to take care of me when I'm old is a real legitimate thing. Like, there's not a lot of state provided care. It's,
I actually went to a restaurant in Utah where they had all of their children working as like waiters and hosts and stuff. Probably had like 8 children, and they were running their family business, And it was obviously kind of like a poor family,
Absolutely.
is there not like a pride in having a lot of children for some cultures? Like maybe this, Mexican one is an example. Like I don't know which.
And Mormons too. Mormons was a great example.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would kind of go along the lines of like that might not be a rational reason to have more kids, but I would say anytime you have a cultural value like that, where when you really dive down, they can't provide a rational basis for it other than maybe like superstition or religion, then what you're seeing is like the survivorship bias of the culture, where like the people, like, I don't know, the cultural norms that allowed that population to flourish in the past survived into the future, and so they retain those cultural norms now. That doesn't mean that they necessarily need to continue holding on to those cultural norms, but
right.
But it's certainly, it's certainly there.
It's hard to get rid of them too. I mean, obviously, if you're
you don't
born
always
and
need to
raised,
you don't always need to, but yeah, I think it's where skepticism comes in. It's like that's
here's where I'm going to get really dark here. Here's where I'm going to get really dark, because we've all just now understood the different levels of education norms, especially in the United States, and the population equivalent that comes with that education level and norms, to where you get to the point where all of those people are equivalent in the fact that they can vote. They can vote for someone. And the outcome of the politicians of that vote is displayed for the entire world to see, based on those educational norms, especially in the United States. Please expound. Go ahead.
Well, I think we just got done saying that it's not entirely an educational basis. I mean, that is a factor, but I think there's lack of choice for sure. I mean, even that, you don't have a regular primary care doctor to go to. So, when you're feeling sick, you don't realize like, maybe I don't have a doctor to go to. I don't have health insurance. I don't have anything. You don't find out you're pregnant until weeks and weeks. And then like here where I live is in Missouri, I think there's one, maybe two abortion clinics in the entire state. So, I mean, it is like a 3-hour drive if you want to get an abortion. Some people can't put gas in their car to drive 2 miles to work.
Right.
So, I mean, how are they going to, I guess, make that choice? There's access to care and whatnot.
Socialism. Socialism.
I guess what I was what I was getting to is that we all acknowledge that there's areas of the United States, especially, where people who may be less educated could possibly be outpopulating those that are educated, but they can still vote. And if they vote for people, I don't want to say Trump, but like Trump, that's a great example of how you get a less educated population voting for candidates which favor that less education.
It's real political, real fast.
I know.
Would you say the same for Biden as well?
I think the same can be said opposite, but right, just for an example.
You could say it, but I mean, on both sides, I guess you could say that.
But the complaint is about the left is being pro-abortion and the right not being that.
It's true.
Yeah, but those all came down the lines that we've all agreed that we have not been able to decide on what part of a fetus's life is it immoral? Like, is it brain activity? What is it? What's the line? And so I think we all said that we can't agree on that line, but there's probably should be a line at some point.
What's the ideological aspect to that on the left and the right?
I think
with the pro-life on the right.
I think
actually, I'm right-wing and I'm pro-choice.
So I guess to answer that question, I think there is a pretty hard line. I mean, like those of us, there are a few of us, I think, that were saying, you can't know for sure on a spiritual woo-woo level, does grass have consciousness? I don't know. I mean, I mean, but there are set levels that, because we're weighing in a decision. I mean, personally, I guess before 26 weeks, I mean, like, I think you should be able to make whatever decision you please.
That's
And
just
then after that, I think someone should consider the moral weight. There is a moral weight to be had on either side. You've got to tip the scales in whatever direction you think your personal morality tilts. Because I think that we measure neural activity in like the same way we'd measure the neural activity of a brain dead patient. I mean, so something I'd said earlier, before that 26 weeks, I mean, brain activity really ranges between shrimp brain, like very much like shrimp brain, like prawn, to brain dead patient. So, at least in the US, I mean, people aren't picketing the hospital rooms of the brain dead, the people that have had their loved one in a car accident. It's a tough choice, I guess. I mean, and it doesn't hurt. I mean, just like it may hurt someone to terminate the life, or what the potential for life, I guess, you could say. I mean, so you can develop
in
an
Texas, they
emotional
just have
attachment. Yeah, you could develop an emotional attachment, I guess. I mean, in some ways with that, I don't know. I mean, that's variable. I mean, I don't think it's a variable. I don't think.
So let me ask you this. What do we do with the
to be up to the
female?
states.
No. What do we do with the female that got pregnant at 13 years old? Doesn't know she's pregnant, and if she did know, doesn't want to admit it to her parents because for fear of being beaten or cast out or being made a runaway, and doesn't want to go to a abortion provider because then her parents will know about that. What is the punishment we do for that person who just waits until she no longer can wait anymore, or like comes to the decision that she's going to have to do something about this, and it might be after the 25-week period? What's the punishment we give that person?
I wouldn't say there should be a punishment by any means. But I mean,
if it's a law, I mean, we now have a law, so they don't realize they're pregnant till they're 3 months. They start getting bigger. They realize 3 months they're pregnant, and then it's too late past the law. What's the punishment we give?
They're not raped.
Well,
they willingly had sex.
Yeah, willingly had sex.
Willingly took.
Before we decide on a punishment, we need to decide on whether to punish them at all. Like what's the point in punishing them? What's that going to achieve?
What would be the point of a law if you don't have a punishment, right?
You want to make it illegal to have a baby at that age. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you're creating a law that to make abortion illegal at a certain period of time, you obviously have to have a punishment that is involved in that. And there are, like you can look at the Philippines. The Philippines abortion is illegal, and you can look at the statistics of illegal abortions that happen there. You can also look at the stats of women, and you can also look at the punishment.
Through with the pregnancy, what's the problem with doing that? Because it's not a walk in the park for the woman to abort the baby. It is a major medical, surgical. It's not. It doesn't.
It actually isn't.
Like,
it actually isn't if it's at a certain. I mean, I just told you.
You just said, what if she just waited to the last minute? I just said, why not just have the baby?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying after the line in the sand, like if it's not 25 weeks, but it's 26 weeks or 27 weeks.
Well, I think it would always be done at the level of the provider. Like, you don't punish the girl because what happens in that scenario is the medical providers are just not allowed to perform that procedure. And if they do, then the medical provider could be fined or whatever. And that's typically how that works.
I see what you're saying. So in other words, you're preventing the providers from doing it, but there's no punishment for someone who goes outside of a provider to get it done.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
If you had an illegal abortion and they caught you, I guess maybe people could have laws in the books for that. But even then, if you're talking about a minor, obviously, they should be tried as a minor and whatever, if it's a criminal case. And then if it's a civil case and there's just a fine or whatever, I'm sure they're,
It's going to vary state to state. It's not really a good idea to have people aren't going to agree on that. And like here in Texas, we have the heartbeat law that's getting passed, I think now. And that's like the strictest, the heartbeat's at what, 2 months?
Well, I think, so if we're going to talk about agreement, let me ask you this. Would you move away from Texas if you disagreed with an abortion law? Would you move to another state? It's I don't know. No one's going to...
Not personal to the issue, but I get your point.
I guess could you imagine everyone who disagrees moving for that reason?
So I'll just give you an example. I want to see if you guys agree. In the Philippines, the mandate for illegal abortion or abortion, it's Articles 256, 258, and 259 for women who undergo abortion, as well for any person who assists in the procedure gets imprisonment. 258 further imposes a higher prison term on the woman or her parents if the abortion is undertaken in order to conceal the woman's dishonor. That's a law in the books right now.
Well, I think you're preaching to the choir. I haven't had anybody that's piped up, or we haven't had anybody that's piped up that has said yeah, we should throw them in jail. I think all of us. At max agree that carrying the pregnancy to term, or forcing them to keep the baby and go through live birth is punishment enough.
Okay.
Yeah. I just can't. I can't get behind imprisonment for especially minors, but.
That's horrific. If you're having an abortion for honor, because you don't want to be shamed as seen as having sex or something, and so you that's your reasoning for having.
I would throw the blame on the people who consider it dishonorable for someone else to have a baby under.
What about China? 50 years ago, where they only wanted boys, didn't they stop that in the 70s or something?
Yeah. No, it was later than that, where basically, they had the one-child rule, right?
I think it was the 2000s or something. I don't remember.
It was super late. It was basically a one-child rule, but exactly right. What it basically did was force people to have illegal abortions because they wanted a boy. Exactly what you said.
I just have to get in.
This happened. This happened. That's happened here though too.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was talking, as far as shaming and stuff goes. That's a very real thing that people in Bible Belt, I think, deal with. Growing up in evangelical Christianity, it's
what's behind that? The mindset,
I don't know,
the psychology
but if you're being
of people
pressured
that are
to have an abortion because of shame, that's horrible.
It always comes down to sex. People just don't want other people essentially having sex without their very, very strict set of rules, which that is allowed. And
it's really common that people teen girls that get pregnant out of wedlock, have to go up before the entire church and apologize. I actually personally have seen that, and I have one friend, my best friend. She stopped going to a church she was visiting as a teenager when the girl had to get up in front of her youth group and then the whole church. And then I have another friend, two friends. Horrible. So I had another friend who got pregnant as a teenager, and her family left the church because they were okay, if you guys want to stay members of the church, she has to get up in front of the entire church and apologize for getting pregnant.
Hey guys.
I mean, and what's amazing about this is they blame the woman. Like how do you not bring the guy who got her pregnant up in church as well, to shame him?
How do you not blame the church for being child abusers in a hate cult and prosecuting them for that and shutting them down? There are no religious rights to.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you were quiet, Pangburn.
Yeah,
I think you just weren't coming in.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I just need to get a fake ad in from our fake sponsors. Just so we'll be right back.
Roger.
Fed up with dirty atheists shitting on Christ? Now introducing the new Bruce mallet of Christian justice. See an atheist? Hit him in the head with a mallet. The mallet of Christian justice. Not endorsed by Pangburn. Looking for that antidote to your retardedness? Have no fear, Eliyahu is here with the all-new Teacher's Guide to Not Being a Fucking Tard. This 9,000-page book explores themes of secular Jewish stuff. Read it twice for the full effect. Don't be a retard and ask for a free copy. atheistjews.com. And one more, coming from our sponsor from up in Colorado. Now introducing Scott's fucking laid-back dude hoodie. Comes complete with a giant leaf of chronic, an axe to grind with fascists, and a flask of your grandfather's finest. The fucking laid-back dude hoodie. Relax. All right, we're back.
Oh, I'm all in for that. I want the hoodie.
Yeah.
I want the hoodie right now.
Same.
What do you think is the psychology between the mindset of people who are pro-abortion and...
Well, Nivik, before we get into that, brother, I want to get your answer to the question today. Is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus for the reason of it being a Down syndrome fetus?
No one will laugh at you no matter what you say.
You think it is, Nivik? Here, we'll get back to Nivik's thinking. We'll get back to Nivik. How about you, Scott?
Travis,
I said yeah.
Travis, can I ask you this in that same repose, and this maybe not on the same level? Would it be immoral to abort a fetus that you knew would have child cancer and would die in like 2 years?
Yeah, that's a good question. You can move to one next step I like to take with this conversation is to move to autism.
Sure.
Because
sure.
Autism tends to have this look. People look on it like, wow, that's so cool. They're on the autism spectrum, and sure, they might have a few hangups, but they could be the next like genius, where people don't give that same attitude to people with Down syndrome. Scott, I just want Scott if he can jump on. Scott, what do you think about this moral question?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. I think once you pose the question as like for the fundamental reason of Down syndrome, it gets a little bit sticky. I mean, me personally, I don't think there is anything fundamentally immoral about having an abortion. As long as it's not like, the baby's like about to be born or whatever, and you abort it at that point. Like if you stop some cells from reproducing, that prevents a child, a fetus. I don't think that's immoral. But man, once you do have it where it's specifically for something like Down syndrome, I'm not entirely sure, because then, like you said, something about autism, then you could go to like, what if it's spinal bifida,
Right.
Is that something that might be worthwhile? Because maybe that child's going to be suffering, and the best way to limit that suffering would be to abort the child abort the fetus before they're born,
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, man.
Travis, at what point does the immorality of preventing a kid from being born starts? Like, what if something something was done on the conditions that created.
Where do you think it starts, Nivik?
Well, I think sometimes the negative scenario of a situation, it leads people to end up having an abortion or not having a kid that they probably would have. Because we're talking about like people they choose to and not to have a kid, and if they're choosing to or not to, there are factors to that, and discussing those things in our lives that that lead you to the decision. You know, it's just a cause and effect thing that I think that we should possibly include. Yeah, like if you're in a negative environment, like these people that are having abortions, they're doing it because of the scenario in their life that make them decide to not have a kid. So, what are those things that are making them say, well, we're going to abort the kid?
Can I interject here? And I think, what this honestly has come down to, especially when you're using it about a Down syndrome child, is really what is the quality of life for that child. And none of us can define the quality of life for an autistic or a Down syndrome child. And I'm sure the Down syndrome child that is alive is happy. It can be happy in its life, obviously, right? And so what I want to bring to you is, with this whole discussion, what if it's two religious parents that 100% could decide that their child was an atheist? Is it acceptable that they aborted the fetus because the child is an atheist? Doesn't have anything to do with a physical or mental capability. It then comes down to a decision of how I philosophically and mentally would like my child to be, or select how my child would like to be growing up. Is that a different level from, hey, it's a Down syndrome child, even though that Down syndrome child has a reality, it has a life that it can express and feel alive, even if, is there a difference in that?
I think one has negativities and the other doesn't.
What's the
if we're just talking
negativities?
about Down syndrome and simply being an atheist?
But why? Where's the difference?
There's no explicit downsides of
it's
being
a
an atheist.
ridiculous premise to begin with, because all babies are atheists when they're
right?
first
Yeah,
born.
by definition.
You have to indoctrinate them as they grow up.
Right.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, on, obviously we can't figure out if a fetus is going to become an atheist. But I'm saying, what is the difference? What is the difference between a human being that does not have the same physical traits as you do, or mental traits as you do? No, it's not a joke. What's the difference?
I can see where they could detect if it's going to be an atheist or not. Like, if they
they can detect it because it's 100%. You can always just
it is 100%.
I'm to be an atheist, so like,
you know where I'm getting at.
People,
you guys know where
I
I'm
know where
getting
you're
at.
getting at.
Well, of course, if Angel comes to them,
whether
then of course they're going to know.
To be an atheist or not is entirely down to parenting.
I mean, you're talking about eugenics here. Getting really close to that.
I'm just talking about a parent's choice. I'm talking about a parent's choice of eliminating a life, regardless of its philosophical views versus its mental capability, and experiencing life different from normal, quote, quote, normal humans versus an autistic or a Down syndrome child. What is the difference? That's what I'm saying.
Obvious negative factors, that people are going to assess if the quality of life difference is, significant enough for that person's, you know, circumstances.
And what you're saying is true, by the way. It does happen. It's called honor killing.
So as far as perspective goes, I would think
Right.
that of all the evangelical Christians that I know, I think this is a really great question to pose, by the way. I would say they probably see it as, depending on what denomination of Christianity, I think there's a level of, for to evangelical Christianity at least, I mean, there is, I think, probably a level of arrogance. It's like, I could raise up that child and make them not an atheist. I mean, unless God appeared to them and said, this child that you have is going to be an atheist. I think even then, it would
I don't think
be
God wants you
just
to
as
kill
bad.
him.
Yeah, I would say they would probably.
I think God wants you to do your best.
Well, I'm gonna bring something up here. So they probably, just from what I know, people like that would probably see them as almost the exact same. I mean, they, except, as a child with Down syndrome, God would maybe have mercy on and let them go to heaven because they haven't gotten to the age where they can make a decision to come to Christ. Would be the only difference between them. And so they would weep for their child. They, depending on I don't know. But what would be a more moral dilemma, and I think that is more consistent with the irony of a lot of evangelical Christian beliefs. If you knew for whatever reason your child was not just going to be an atheist, but a prolific atheist, like one that would turn, tens of thousands away from Christianity, that would make them reject faith, it would make young Christian impressionable children turn away from their parents' religion and, bring about um, humanism and
Hey, we
destruction of the
can
Christian.
breed.
There's a simple
dogs
solution to that, and
for
it's called
behavioral
dogmatism.
traits.
Just dogmatically raise your child, never to question the religion that you bring them into, and then Bob's your uncle.
That doesn't always
Dude.
work, though.
This happens all the
Dogs,
time,
dogs
man.
are
Parents
bred
parents
for.
disown their kids if they go against what they and they get shunned by the community, and it's kind of like, well, bye then, to hell with you. It's only they
It's
don't
like
kill
it's
them. They don't kill
a
them physically.
post-abortion. It's a post-abortion.
They don't
You can
kill
be a
them physically.
Calvinist and just say, "I don't.
You're dead. You're
I
dead to
guess
me.
I can't control it."
Doctrination was easier before the internet.
Hey.
Now you're going to find challenges everywhere you go. Like similar to I think the girl in her chat that had a religious upbringing. I was non-denominational growing up. Like similar to Jehovah's Witness, couldn't eat certain foods, blah blah, our own holidays, no Christmas, that kind of thing, And I turned out to be, and I became atheist once I had internet access to people debating me. I was like, okay, y'all got a lot of good points.
Well, that's because you weren't dogmatized enough then. A truly dogmatic person would not go anywhere near any kind of sites where they might pick up unholy
Yeah, you
thoughts.
just weren't infected
No, man, it happens, man.
You just
And,
weren't
and the
infected
kids
with
are
the Holy
afraid to
Spirit.
leave because the parents would disown them.
Cured herself, but how about Madeline Murray O'Hara's kids, one of whom became an evangelical Christian? Sort of the same question, but flipped around.
Turn your volume up a little bit.
You are very quiet. I just turned you up to 200.
Aren't dogs bred for agreeability? Like they try to get that aggression out of.
No, not necessarily. There's a lot of there's a lot of defensive dogs that are raised to.
Well,
you know what
human
I'm saying,
agreeability. Yeah, human agreeability. Yes.
Human agreeability.
Human trait. Yeah.
Humans can also be bred or genetically modified for agreeability. They could be bred for, belief, like their belief, gullibility. So if a parent found out that, let's say they went and had in vitro, thinking of the movie, what's it called? Well, anyway, it's some sci-fi movie where they genetically engineer babies. But
Gattaca?
Yeah, Gattaca. Okay, so you could, in that movie, they genetically modified the baby to be smart or agreeable with a certain profession. But totally, it's like I don't know when it's permissible or morally acceptable to have an abortion. Is it just because of finances, or hey, I'm a minority and let's throw race in there?
It literally has to come down to a line in the sand where we all agree that as a human we exist to live. Like, what is the point? Where is the point that we exist to live? Is it at the point of conception, and the second that a sperm and an egg gets together, that from there on out we have a contract with humanity and therefore we exist as a human, and there shouldn't be a law against that? Or where's the line that we draw? Is it the 25 weeks? Is it 5 years after the kid is born? You know what, I'm his parent, I can kill him, because there's a line, right?
I've heard a guy make that argument
I'll tell you
seriously.
where the line is for me.
For
if
people up to like
if
7
I'm-
years old.
Yeah.
We'll rewind the clock for me personally. As soon as I was conceived, okay, that's where the line is for me.
But that's an absurd approach in terms of a diverse society and general rules, as opposed to figuring that it's a complicated set of personal questions on one level, but as far as legal lines, at least the civil or human rights law needs to define something that rationally fits the facts. And in that sense, like Roe v. Wade is wrong because it was an arbitrary criterion that judges pulled out of their asses with a little bit of Third Amendment quartering troops, but mostly based on the subjective, reasonable expectation of privacy, whatever that is, from our Fourth Amendment, as opposed to using a moment of birth, equal protections of law, not some viability or other religious standard, and explicitly banning use of other people's religious criteria. And so I would say that the only uniform standard and the moral question for aborting defective fetuses, personally, I would say should be done in an overpopulated society, but that's something that can't have a universal standard. But what can is the abortion rights access and also defense against domestic enemies. We should retroactively abort politicians and corporate cults, including church leaders who try to abridge abortion rights.
What if I don't believe in science?
What if I don't believe in criterion for abortion access?
Yeah, I just want to encourage you guys to just wait. Guys. I just want to encourage you guys to use the YouTube text chat. If you have something you want to write out, go to youtube.com/Pangburn, because that's where we are live. Thanks.
All right. I'm going to rewind the clock to back when I was conceived. Okay. I don't have any memory of those cells coming together. Okay.
I do.
And I'm going to just relate this to other periods of my life where I have no memory, that I would have liked to have been respected, at least, like when I'm sleeping. I hope someone's not raping me or something, or doing drawing all over my body.
Right.
I don't know. But and I would,
God, you have a big ego, don't you?
I would be grateful for the protection of even my fetus self. You know what I mean? I might not be able to recall it, but it's meaningful to me. I mean,
right. And I want to add in, like what the other person that just spoke said. Basically, as a society, not in just the United States, but across the world, we haven't reconciled the moral line in the sand of basically what life is. Ultimately, what's the moral line in the sand that we all agree on is this? And more or less what societies do is say, are there more human beings being killed or injured because abortion is illegal? Are there more females that are getting illegal abortions and they're dying because of this versus the amount of fetuses that we're saving? And so they base laws around that, right? I mean, that's why you have most of Western societies allowing legal abortion. And I would agree with that speaker saying that probably Roe v. Wade goes too far in the fact that scientifically we probably have not got that line in the sand drawn as to what we all agree on across the world as when we're going to allow this human being to become conceptualized. And
But
that's
are
my
you ever
honest
going to
opinion.
get agreement? And what does that
Yeah,
even mean?
across
Like
the world,
everyone?
especially.
Does every single individual person need to agree?
So there you go. I mean, do you just go, hey, legalize all abortion up to a certain time, or do we create the line? And I'm just saying that humans haven't got that right. You know, we basically base it off of how many adult humans we're killing in the process by making those lines illegal.
That's
And
not true, though.
it
I
is.
mean,
It
no,
is
it's
true.
not. No,
It
no,
is.
we don't. The basis, I mean, generally is post 28, 26 weeks. 28 weeks, I think, is viable outside of the womb. But past 26, I mean, the line is, do they have more brain activity than someone who is legally declared brain dead and therefore dead? That, you know, the family, whether they have a DNR or not,
I
can
like that
say,
line.
can unplug them. I mean, that is
So
the line.
I'm just saying that the
But
current line with Roe v. Wade obviously is not on that same line, you know, and in
Roe v. Wade is arbitrary and subjective, which is fundamentally illegal, even though it came out of the Supreme Court.
Right.
Yeah, and the constitutionally, moment of birth and freedom from other people's religious baggage are obligatory criteria that are being fraudulently trounced.
Well, I would argue that everything ultimately comes down to some objective or subjective grounding. Like,
yeah,
you know,
that's
I
completely
mean,
true.
Like, why? So even the choice to use a particular objective metric is a subjective preference in itself. So I don't see how you can get around that, really.
You can't, and it all depends on consensus.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
values.
where, in a sense, the 14th Amendment, equal protections of law to persons born or naturalized in these United States, is a subjective metric that objectively excludes other species who might not practically be easy to include. But there are reasonable arguments for more species equality. There are reasonable arguments for post-birth abortion, to discourage prenatal testing that could damage some fetuses.
Yeah, and the problem is when someone disagrees, though, right? Like, that's the problem.
Well, that's where, in law, the Constitution becomes our so-called objective criteria, even if some of the elements of it, are derived from subjective cultural issues and sociological fact, quote unquote.
It's also completely able to be changed given the right circumstances. So it's flexible enough to be, altered as needed.
And we know that it doesn't speak to all the issues too. Like, that's another huge problem with that, because it's like you're having to pull out, like, you're looking at, I don't know, a certain part of the Constitution that was written with certain issues already in mind, and now we're talking about issues that they couldn't have possibly had in mind, and trying to apply it. And then it's like, well, is that reasonable to do? Or should we actually have a referendum on the issue and figure out what to do in the particular case?
Actually, I would disagree with you. That was something that was considered, and the whole idea of having a referendum on other people's rights is inherently wrong.
I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, for example, if people are wanting to say universal healthcare, like healthcare should be a right, and I think, would you say that in 2007, if we had a referendum on should we have universal healthcare, that would have been a referendum about someone's rights? Because we decided after that fact, or some parts of the United States decided after that fact to label that as a human right.
Actually, that's more of a global movement, and that becomes tricky because we have so much corporate fraud and political lobbying that have become more of a cost of access to healthcare than the actual healthcare is. And yeah,
that's a practical issue, but I'm trying to get at your point at like, should we have referendums on rights? The point that I was getting at is like, a right is something that we define almost by referendum anyway. Like that's what the Constitution does.
At a higher level with a rather difficult test to change it.
Sure.
So yeah,
we have standards for changing it.
So yeah, these are more complicated issues when you dig down, aren't they?
I do encourage everyone just to read the Wikipedia on Roe v. Wade, because I think there's some fundamental misunderstanding on what it is. There has been referendums to Roe v. Wade. At its core, it was for the right to have for women to have an abortion before viability outside the womb. At its core, I mean, there have been referendums like one in 1992.
But where did the viability criterion come from? It's based on an arbitrary and subjective Fourth Amendment interpretation that ignores First and 14th Amendment criteria, which would lead to excluding religious biases that, a disproportionate number of Supreme Court justices are Catholics and Jews who are chosen by corrupt politics to drag in religious biases they're supposed to constitutionally set aside. And, they cherry pick sometimes in making decisions to fit those prejudices.
So viability is legally defined as the fetus's ability to survive outside the womb.
How does that actually fit the constitutional law that a Supreme Court precedent is supposed to reflect?
That question doesn't make any sense.
That question, is entirely what makes sense in terms of the only thing which is a universal standard, at least in the U.S. Unlike the morality idea, which is all over the map, which is one reason the Constitution sets boundaries to say that basically having any uniform standard of morality applied to others is wrong.
Could you ask the question again? I'm sorry. I'm not sure.
What's the basis for Roe v. Wade? And when the court used a little bit of Third Amendment quartering troops and a lot of reasonable expectation of privacy, arbitrary and subjective interpretation of Fourth Amendment to fit their pre-existing prejudices over what they thought would be socially marketable, while ignoring the First and 14th Amendment criteria that would better support a moment of birth legal standard and leave anything beyond that up to the individuals affected. How is Roe v. Wade, as it was decided, even legitimate? In a sense, in the opposite direction from what groups that are trying to shut down abortion pander. There are some religions that would claim that the moment of fertilization is the equivalent to somebody's birthday, not generally in Western cultures. 75% of zygotes naturally self-abort. So, if you use that kind of standard in Western law, most people who try to have kids would be mass murderers. So it's a rather insane standard biologically as well as legally, but it would be supported culturally and religiously in major parts of the world.
Yeah.
I'm going to be 100% honest. This seems like an expansion so far past the point of practicality that doesn't make any sense.
That's fair too.
And I feel that's why
we've gone a bit.
Well, moment of birth is incredibly practical. It's far easier to determine than heartbeats or viability, or viability is arbitrary and subjective to the point where it shifts with technology.
It's not necessarily arbitrary, considering the scientists support the decision. I don't get what you're saying, but I'm at work, so I got to stop.
No, if you look at the medical technology and economics, viability can shift around all over the place. So they, to make it not seem as psychotic as it is legally, they pick certain
just constantly gets better, so it doesn't necessarily matter.
Again, this is why my whole idea of a license to breed works.
So are you saying like legal definitions don't matter or do matter? And if they don't matter, why do you keep bringing up the Constitution?
I'm saying that legal definitions do matter as the only thing, that is a common, boundary, and that, separate and additional to that, there are difficult life choices for individuals.
Right, but it's a boundary by force alone. Ultimately, I mean, it's what happens when people disagree, and what are the implications of that? Like, we can say a law is unjust, and then we're back at square one, unless you just want to say, yeah, whatever the government happens to rule on is what goes, and we don't care about like people's opinions anymore. Then, yeah, I mean, if you go to that point, then sure, I can grant you everything you're saying, but I think everyone here would say, well, anytime you have a law in the books regarding the matter, we all might have opinions on it, and we're trying to weigh in on that broader claim. Not
you come to a good decision on making the law.
And you know what? I really want to pin him on this. Do you think that there would be more benefit to preventing people from having kids in the first place until they're ready? Do you think as a society?
I think that there's far more justification for licensing people who have the maturity and resources to responsibly parent than there is for driving a car or owning a firearm, which is, direct abridgment of a right that oddly puts government in the position of being a potential target and not competent to regulate that as it might be for some others.
Interesting.
Okay,
thank you.
But it's difficult to do that in a way that doesn't reflect political biases that may be at odds with limits on valid government.
Talking about a license to breed, as you guys are putting it.
Yes.
Yep.
Wouldn't that go against our rights?
It could be, if it were implemented well, one of those tricky balancing acts where, we're talking about issues that invite strict scrutiny evaluation. If you're aware of, looking at the U.S. constitutional law, rational basis, intermediate, and strict scrutiny is the increasing standards for acts that increasingly potentially compromise certain rights. And if we have an overpopulated world and patterns of abuse and harm to potential kids, at some point, there's an increasing interest in restricting excess humans, and particularly ones who would be abused. Like we have termination of parental rights, for various abuse causes, as a legal process. So, that already, is a balancing act between what are the limits of parental rights, or, what.
We have limits. We already have some defined limits on that for sure.
They're messy though in practice.
I think that before you go to something like a license to breed, maybe just removing the incentive for people who can't support their children to breed. I mean, you could use a system of, just use the existing system of incentives rather than, the stick.
So I know where you're getting that at that. I mean, in the Western world where they have welfare systems to incentivize people to have more kids, but that doesn't exist in most of the world, right? I mean, that doesn't exist in most of the rural world. In most of the rural world where they have no incentives to have more kids, they have more kids based on the fact that they want.
Not happen.
More kids, more resources. Those
you really think that's not going to happen?
I mean, more kids are more resources in a place where you need help around your farm.
You need resources,
and, I mean, you need more resources. That incentivization only happens in Western worlds. I'll just let you know.
There are a few places with double-digit infant mortality still, not many left, but isn't there also a culture that expects more kids to die young in some parts of the world where that's also an influence?
Yeah, that's part of it. And actually further than that, I would also say parents die younger. I mean, that's a big factor too. So like how much time during your lifetime could you reasonably expect to
have
to be alive in order to raise your children? And so
I would say the optimal would be at least 30 years. At least. But that's saying you'd have children at 20 years old or so.
Right. Yeah. So I think people tend to have children earlier in life when they're less economically capable, less maybe psychologically developed because those incentives are there. Yeah.
There have been African countries that, between AIDS and civil wars, have seen life expectancy pushed downward under 40 years. And that's tended to push like 12 and 13-year-old mothers who might have a kid and then survive and die at 17 as commonplace. As opposed to, economic status is sort of weird because Nigeria, that has a lot of hazmat from sloppy oil industry, has a life expectancy 14 years less than Ghana, which is 2 tiers down the World Bank socioeconomic status, third world ladder, but it has a longer life expectancy because most of the country has generally more survivable lifestyles and a lot of barter and non-cash food and housing, so that they may actually have more sustainable resources in ways that just don't count in the Western cash scale.
Yeah.
So, those get to be complicated issues when you go globally, don't
I
they?
had a question. Who's it that said that people only have more children for resources in Western countries? Because I don't think that's necessarily true.
No, I think they were saying the opposite. They're more incentivized to have children because they naturally don't want to.
Right.
Got you.
Right. I said
I misunderstood
places like the United States, we have welfare systems which definitely have incentivized people to have more kids, and I think that's in decline now. But that is a true statement. Which
have
the
an
other
extra
person
kid, get an extra, fucking $1,000 a month.
Yep, exactly. And the other person who mentioned that is, I agree with that, but what I said against that was that the majority of the world does not have those incentives. And when you still look into the populations of the world where there's not as much education, where they need more resources for farming, whatever they do, they have more kids. And it has nothing to do with incentives.
Poor people have kids, regardless.
I would argue that is not the primary reason why poor and underprivileged people in the Western world isn't. I would say that welfare is not the main driver.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think you might have been the one saying that.
No, it's not a main driver, but it's an incentive.
It doesn't help.
It's an incentive for sure in the United States.
Large parts of Africa have reduced the births per mother from the 4 to 6 kid range down in the 2.4 to 2.6 in a fair number of countries. So they've actually reduced birthing rates more than most of the world. Whereas if you look in the U.S., we have a dysgenic pattern where an IQ 130 plus mother tends to have 1.67 kids per mother, whereas institutionalized retarded is around 1.7, and the peak is around IQ 85, at 2.14 kids per mother. About 2.04 is considered zero population growth, because there is some level of mortality, but it's fairly low here, lower than third world countries by a lot.
Just a quick thing, guys. I just wanted to promote for a second our monthly Q&A sessions. We just had Stephen Wolfram in, which was really exciting. Actually, in fact, Loki and Stephen Wolfram had some pretty cool exchanges. You guys can watch that on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Pangburn Pangburn. You can see our Q&As there. We had Michio Kaku in. We've had Lawrence Krauss. Even Jesse Lee Peterson stopped by. We've had some, just a variety of interesting guests. In order to get access to those, you just have to go to pang-burn.com/subscription, and you can become an official Pangburn website subscriber, and it would be great to have you. It supports what we do at Pangburn, and I hope you consider it. I will be announcing our next guest for next month soon here, which will be an exciting one. It may in fact be Mr. Ray Comfort for all of those philosophy enthusiasts.
No
So I'm hoping to do a one-on-one. I'll do my one-on-one podcast with Mr. Comfort, and then he'll join us for a Q&A. So you'll all have an opportunity to go back and forth with him. So consider signing up.
Bananas.
Oh my goodness.
The banana man. Anyways, and then we got lots of guests coming up. JP, Jordan Peterson, said he'll come on within the next 6 months here, so he'll be one of those 6. We got Dawkins is planning on coming on. We got who else do I have? Wim Hof, the Iceman. Who, if you don't know who Wim Hof is, just search WIMHOF. I think it's 1 F or 2 Fs. I can't remember, but
I thought it was 2 M's in Wim.
Yeah. Wim I think has 2 M's possibly, but he's the guy who climbed Everest in his gaunch. He's quite impressive. A lot of different guests. If you want to request some guests that you want to see at the Q&As, we have a tab for that in the Discord. Deniability.
I request Loki.
Deniability has been.
I've been looking at mattresses online. The ones that come.
Hey Scott, we can hear you. So I've been looking at. Deniability has been updating some things on this Discord, so you'll notice a few little changes coming, but nothing too major. Rules are still the same. The things we police from an admin perspective is bad faith. So don't be engaging in bad faith. If you don't understand what that means, you can ask, and I can send you the server rules. But they will be listed at the top of your tabs now under. Where is it? I think it's under read this now. Or general chat, it might be as well. So, but we'll get used to it. But yeah, so no bad faith, and this is continued bad faith. If you're engaging in bad faith and an admin catches you, it's not like you get thrown out of the Discord. It has to be continued bad faith, and then same goes for helpfulness. Continued unhelpfulness will get you banned from the server, and we don't stand for any defamation on this server either. So those 3 rules, if you stay within those parameters, you'll do just fine here. And we are live every day with discussions, so I hope you guys can engage in those, and I hope it improves the well-being of your life. That's what I'm doing here. So thank you.
Travis, can I add, if you're watching this right now, give it a freaking thumbs up. Come on.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
Give it a thumbs up. Subscribe. And share. Yeah.
There's like 130 people watching, and only 65 thumbs up.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Do it.
Some people.
Wait, why is it so many people?
Some people tend to take in Pangburn at a distance. I think what we do here.
That is certainly true.
Is
echo chambers.
Is a little bit intimidating to some people because it's not there is no, all ideological backgrounds are welcome here. There are no rules, ideological rules where racists can come in here,
right.
People who are anti-women, people who are anti-men, any ideas can be tested here, and this is a place to hopefully strengthen your skeptical foundation and help clarify your mind. That's basically the goal. So
you know what, you and T-Jump, I don't know if you know who T-Jump is, but you and T-Jump are both on that same level of you're just basically breaking down logic regardless of presuppositions, whether it's racial presuppositions, whatever it is, we welcome you. You're skeptic about it. I think you, T-Jump, and maybe Pine Creek are probably the 3 in the world right now doing that. So I appreciate it.
Cool, man. Yeah, I've never heard of those guys, but I'll definitely take a look for sure.
I'm a big fan of Pine Creek. Yeah, I've been listening to him lately.
Cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So Travis, the issue with people, it's like you don't fit their chamber, their echo chamber. I'm not really like they don't want to hear different views. I'm not really sure how to come across to certain folks that think that way to for them to be open up to, more to different views and communicating.
Yeah, you work on in the war of
the viewers.
in the war of ideas, Nivik. You gotta just continue giving strong arguments and providing proofs to your claims, and you keep going with that process. And human history has shown us that wins out. Sometimes we may fall into a dark age if a bad idea comes along that's just so juicy to the pleasure drive that people are just like, yeah, let's bask in this for a while.
Bad conspiracy theories,
right? And this stuff can happen, but it just refining and promoting skepticism, it's just going to pay itself forward in the end, and eventually people it will be too attractive for people not to engage in. So yeah.
So Travis, rationally prove that. I bet you can't. Is one of the big paradoxes of our society is that we have standards for civil and human rights to be overdue for full and complete protections immediately, if not yesterday, but issues where minor significant changes commonly take 3 to 5 generations for humans to adjust, unless there's some other revolutionary kicker that shifts things faster.
Yeah, I'm talking on a long timeline here, Loki. I'm not talking about tomorrow.
Because there are people that say they're religious folks in there. I don't want to talk to. They're atheists there that I don't want to be around. There's leftists and these righties.
Nivik, go be around them. Be like Daryl Davis. Don't be like any of these other turds. Be like Daryl Davis.
There's a proposal out in the Pacific Northwest, which is actually closer to Vancouver than me, for parts of California and Oregon to break off and join with Idaho, so that you can have a hard right-wing extremist inland landlocked state with ocean access and all the white supremacist and Christian identity types.
It'd be kind of sick. California, part of California and Florida break off, dude.
No, I mean that's
our own little islands and shit.
I live in California.
Well, no, it's a whole block of parts of inland northern California and southern and eastern Oregon all joining into Idaho, and there's formal legislation proposed that probably will never go anywhere. That's defining specific counties of each state to shift borders.
Yeah, that's very extreme, but California definitely has in the past, I would say 5 years, thought about separating in 3 different areas, just because we're so huge and, obviously diverse politically. Northern California and Central California is really a lot. Well, San Francisco, definitely liberal, but all of inland California and Central California is right-wing and Republican because of farm communities and so forth. Southern California, Los Angeles, San Diego, completely liberal. But we also control so many of the electoral votes. And what is interesting, if you look at the electoral vote disbursement across the United States, we have the least political power as far as your population per electoral vote. What do we have? 55 in California, I think. But if you're looking at population of the United States, per electoral. And what I mean by this, you go look at Rhode Island.
The amount of people.
The per capita population per electoral vote is diluted in California to the point that we probably should be more along the lines of 100 electoral votes. And there would never be another Republican that would ever win in the entire United States. And so that's a major reason.
And that's why we don't let you have all the electoral votes in California.
Right.
No, see, that's wrong though, because
a billion people and 2 people in one state those 2 people should have just as much say.
Yeah, but should 30 million people in should 30 million people in California only have 2 senators of power in the United States Congress, and that same amount of power be given to a state like Rhode Island?
What do you got there, Scott?
That's the argument.
Scott had something there.
I was going to say that's not entirely true. You can't say if all of a sudden the amount of electoral votes shifted enough that all of a sudden no conservative would ever be elected there again. No, people would just have to change their politics and like what conservatives stand for other places. They'd have to just take up different positions. They'd still be conservative.
I think so. Just to steelman the conservative argument here on that. I think the issue is when you make that argument, you're kind of assuming that like a person is a person is a person. It's like it doesn't really matter which person the vote comes from. That person gets one vote. And I think a conservative would say, like, no, we're not divided along individual lines. We're divided along like territorial lines and cultural lines.
Oh, okay.
So
Puerto Rico and
Washington. Right.
No,
let me squash it. Let me squash that.
Add Washington and Puerto Rico then.
No.
Let me squash that. Let me squash that because obviously electoral votes are different across the United States on how people
you guys
get.
Need to let him finish.
So, okay, let me just.
No.
Go ahead.
You have to let him finish.
So,
go ahead.
Okay, so I was going to say, like, as a rhetorical question, do you think that it's reasonable for, let's say, one metropolitan area with a completely like unique set of needs should dictate all of public policy in lieu of every other person who lives in a rural community? Because at a certain point, if they have some very specific needs of their own, which they would like to have a say in, they're just simply not going to be able to, and it will never happen for them. Not because like their needs are not valid or, it's not really a majority opinion. It's because the demographic lines sort of dictate what the needs are. And it's, you're trying to fit everyone into too large of a lump. Like,
can I answer that? Because I know exactly. I know exactly where you're going with that, and you're absolutely right. And that's what I was getting at is that we have a problem with the Electoral College in allowing any state to decide a popular Electoral College. My point in that was that it is deficient of California versus Rhode Island as far as population per electoral vote.
People don't hear that.
In the current law, but I completely agree with you that should not be the current law. It should be a popular vote, obviously, where if you're a Republican in California, you get a popular vote, whatever it is.
What about California law? Like, so I think if
so that's democracy.
That is what I'm getting to. Is California law? California law currently allows the population to get those 55 electoral votes, and if it's always 2/3 Democrats versus 1/3 Republican, it's always going to go to Democrat. But at the same time, it is diminished if you literally look at how many people live in California, 30 million versus 55 electoral votes. And you look at Rhode Island versus their population and their electoral votes. I'm saying,
if you're going state by state, you're right.
I'm saying it's totally unbalanced. And if you did it at the current rules, California would always elect a Democrat, which would always create a situation where a Democrat would be.
All right, let me respond
president.
to that real quick. I think for the most part, the issue that we have as far as
Hello?
Nope, I think we lost you there for a second.
He was just asking a question: is if it's fair, like you have a large population versus a small one, to be swayed by the small one.
Oh, my bad.
Oh,
go ahead.
There he is. He's back.
Sorry, I was gonna say, I don't think the real issue is between like trying to balance the representation between states. I mean, that is an issue, but it's not nearly as big of an issue as the rural-urban divide. And so,
right.
Yes,
right.
you're
I don't think
100%
that
right.
really.
And we
I don't
haven't
think
even
that
gotten
you're.
to the topic here.
Well,
You're breaking up.
yeah. I just wanted to say all you have to do for the California Rhode Island situation is to just scale up the votes in California to meet the state population like proportion, right? But you still end up with San Francisco dominating like Californian policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just agreed that there's a problem with a population more people that believe in a certain left or right wing can dominate a state is a bad thing. And that's a bad thing that you have electoral votes that are associated with a particular state. And my argument was, even with that current rule, the current rule that we have, if you really wanted to just look at and separate population per electoral vote, California has way less in the smaller states. And they do that purposely to balance out what the vote will eventually be. I'm agreeing with you that it is a bad way to do things, and that the 1/3 of Republicans in California definitely need power. They need a say. They need to do that.
Let me offer.
Okay, can I ask a question? What if you have a bunch of small states and you accumulate them together? They outweigh number-wise California. If you count all the individual numbers of people.
That's
yes,
part
that
of
would be
design.
that would be a
part
good
of a
argument.
design. That design assumes that there are uniform regional interests,
right?
And given the way communications and transportation and economics have progressed, possibly we don't have a country where that's the nature of the country and the populace. Plus, we've diversified and grown to the point where that suppresses minority interests in favor of major parties, which is another issue. Then there's another one nobody's brought up. How about illegal aliens and naturalization? The census and congressional districting were designed to assume that nearly everyone who was here at one census who was not yet a citizen would have naturalized and become a citizen by the next census and be a potential voter when they're counted for districting representation. Between felon disenfranchisement, which is racially biased but not racially based in drug laws and such, and illegal aliens who are long-term residents beyond one census term, we have congressional districts now where the loser in one district can have 10 to 20 times the vote as the winner in another district. And that's hardly equal representation of actual voters and citizens.
I would say we still have some regional economic interests if we include natural resources.
8 million more people in order to win.
I'm not arguing it's a black and white, division.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
But how about the districting and census counts, where they've become mismatched, because of, our prison industrial complex and our immigration policies, so that they don't reflect the whole theory of congressional districting for the 2 senators per state, 1 congressman per X population.
Were you talking gerrymandering?
Hmm?
Gerrymandering?
No. Gerrymandering is a separate set of issues, and actually I've been part of projects that have reduced that in the last decade, but I'm talking about the nature of the population and how people are counted for the census versus who is excluded from voting. Non-citizens and disenfranchised felons in some states but not others aren't voters, but the congressional districting system assumes that nearly everyone will be. And when you have people who are 20 or 30-year illegal immigrants who are not citizens counted for congressional districting, because if you go back when the system was designed historically, most people who were here as immigrants were trying to legally naturalize and were citizens before the next census. There's some major mismatches in the system design versus current reality.
Yeah, but that's also where we got the 3/5 compromise, and that was for the very purpose of that a black person at the time, nobody thought they were going to be a citizen, but they counted as 3/5 of the person specifically for splitting up electoral college. That's what that 3/5 compromise is.
And Indians not taxed were not people. Actually,
Indians weren't counted either. Indians
What?
weren't counted either, right? In being able to vote in the past.
No, everybody's counted. Everybody's
Native
supposed
Americans.
to be counted.
Yeah.
Indians not taxed were sort of excluded from legal status, as opposed to blacks were considered citizens, but they were part of a vote and a taxation apportionment formula to be discounted 40%.
Exactly.
And as far as disenfranchisement, it's not just women who didn't vote, largely under state policies that varied a lot, but non-propertied males as well. A lot of places based the vote on property ownership, and of course the nature of that has changed drastically with more urbanization and rental residents as opposed to ownership residents.
When you count all the people too, everybody gets represented no matter where they are. So, you could be in an area that's leans heavily one direction of blue or red. Your vote would count in a way in deciding
That's just not true. I mean, we just all described that to you, how that's not true. I mean, we just gave you an example of California, of how if you're 1/3 of the population of Republicans in California and you want your president to be the Republican president, it's just not going to happen if you live in California. It forces you to move out of California to go to another state where maybe your electoral vote will count a little bit more. It does not happen.
And how about if you're not? How about if you oppose both Republicans and Democrats? That's even worse.
It's exactly. That's actually
No, I'm not understanding. I don't understand.
Exactly why Trump won. It's exactly why Trump won.
I don't understand
because
you went over my head. I don't get what you just said. Explain to me.
The electoral law and election manipulation systems are complicated, but there are a lot of materials out there on them, and it takes rather intensive study to start to understand. Any responsible citizen, of course, would do that, which paradoxically almost none do.
How complicated is you accumulate votes on one side versus the other side, and the votes?
So can I give you all the real world example of this discussion, which is when Trump actually got elected to president? It was partially because a few days before Hillary was going to be elected, the FBI came out with a report that some emails got leaked. And this was a huge deal. You mix that with the fact that the entire Democratic National Party totally bashed Bernie Sanders and made it so that he could not actually get couldn't get the lead at all. So everybody who wanted to vote for Bernie Sanders in that election said, you know what? I'm not going to vote for a freaking Democratic Hillary Sanders because that stupid Debbie Wasserman Schultz totally rigged this election. Totally rigged this election so Bernie Sanders couldn't win in the first place. So a good
actually, she almost destroyed the Democratic Party by bad financial management, which was a major part of the reason why control of the party was wrongfully turned over to Hillary's campaign machine to manipulate and do things that were outright illegal but difficult to prosecute, suppressing Sanders.
Let me do my rant. This is a woman. This is a woman who single-handedly was responsible for Trump's election, and she single-handedly did it by.
Stay within the bounds of being accurate. It's way more complicated than that, and you know it.
It is okay. I guess the point I'm getting to is that a lot of people who were serious about Bernie Sanders and were disenfranchised by the Democratic Party doing that to Bernie Sanders, then decided to vote for third parties. And voting for these third parties...
Are you pro Bernie Sanders?
For sure. And voting for those third parties is actually what got Trump elected. So that was the point I was trying to reach with
I just
your whole argument.
You believe Bernie Sanders would have won?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And in the 2020 election too, he would have won. He would have won 2020.
If the law mattered, Hillary would have been in prison, and one of the three sets of things that she did illegally, requires disqualification from federal employment or office for life. But the law doesn't get enforced because there are too many corrupt politicians. They don't want to potentially be exposed themselves.
Would he win 2020 election as well?
Who, Bernie?
Yeah.
You know what? I don't think so. I don't think so. After the time.
So how would you say for that, not the other?
I think it was a timing. I think it was a timing issue, and even you had a lot of.
Why would he have not won? Why would he have not won?
Bernie has a lot of negatives, but none of them are. You should disqualify him from office the way some of Hillary's actions did, if the law were enforced honestly, or put Trump in prison for all of his, crimes and business frauds outside of government.
You can't have Bernie
ideally in that election, Hillary and Trump would have both been in prison for different reasons.
The reality is you can't have Bernie be the face if you want people to vote. You have to have
let me respond to that. Let me respond to that because it was a situational environment where you obviously had a lot of independents, which make up probably 23% of the electorate, which were faced of, independents love honesty, and what they perceive as, even if it's Trump not being honest, but it seems honest, versus Bernie being honest, and then everybody outside of those two seem like corporate interest bullshit politicians. Those two were probably the most focused in the electorate, and I think definitely with what happened with Hillary just falling off the cliff, and the DNC making it so that he didn't even get to the primary electorate.
That has to be in the background, man. What you want?
It's not the background. It's about humans in America. It's about humans in America right now on the right and the left.
Why he's not winning 2020?
I'm telling you because there's a perception of truth. There's a perception of truth versus what is Washington bullshit. And
I'm pro Bernie, by the way.
On the left, Bernie was the perception of truth.
I'm pro Bernie, by the way.
It's still the perception of truth. On the right, Trump was the perception of truth. Whether it is true or not that he was that perception, that's just the fact.
I'm pro Bernie. I'm giving you realities, though. I'm pro Bernie, but I'm just telling you the reality of it. He can't.
Told you the reality. You're telling reality. I mean,
I just told you the reality.
Debatable. Yeah, but hey, I want to ask you guys, given any of those assertions you guys have made, do you think Trump should have won despite not having the popular vote? Do you think, in principle, that should be a thing in America?
No.
Yeah. In principle,
I think we're overdue to eliminate the electoral college, but it would be problematic to do that in part because things like the 2000 election choice pointing would make it a national issue for every single vote doing recounts. You know, when you have counties in Florida running election hardware that's incompatible with the state law and ballot instructions, and where the Republicans, the Democrats, the Secretary of State, and the voters are all responsible, you know, for not having, an election system that's consistent within itself.
And if you don't want to do that, you want people to be recognized, then count Washington and Puerto Rico.
I agree. I think Puerto Rico and Guam.
No, not gonna happen.
I think Puerto Rico and Guam, both you guys should be counted more.
If it's not one thing, then it's the other. Pick your choice.
No, I totally agree.
If you don't want the majority vote, then okay, then count those other excluded.
But should they and their residents be treated as states for that to happen, or should that only happen if they're converted from territories to states? Or
I think there's a lot of discrepancy in being a territory. I mean, you look at their.
It's about people. It's about people choosing and having power.
They already have a degree of self-government. They're basically a state at this point in both cases.
Nominally, they're not, though, and we have a structural, system, that draws that distinction. The same with DC. DC is an incredible mess if you look at how its local government operates, or you look at the weird changes in jurisdiction among federal and district agencies as you just go across a street in what looks like the same part of town to a visitor. There's some major discrepancies in what rules and law exist.
No, absolutely. But the population has grown to a size in DC that fundamentally what it comes down to is the people who actually live inside DC are not represented on a state level at all. And they have no state representation in the federal government.
I hear they pay the most
which
taxes.
Which is amazing. So, I mean,
but they
absolutely.
do vote in federal elections.
In federal elections,
they pay the highest taxes.
They have no state senators. They have no state House of Representatives. So,
but they do have district government, which is more like somewhere between a county and a huge city.
They have a bigger population than all of Wyoming in DC alone.
Yeah,
but in theory, DC is supposed to be a neutral district, as opposed to states being entitled to, go Republican or Democrat or whatever else might come along.
So that's logic based on geography, and I reject it.
Well, there's actually nothing in the Constitution that says DC can't be a state.
Sorry to interject, everyone, but I'm going to hop off. Thanks for chatting.
Chris,
have a good night.
Thank you,
Chris. Thanks for your viewpoints earlier.
Me too, you guys. I gotta go.
All right, man.
Have a good night or day. I don't know, wherever you are. Have fun.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
And they pay the highest taxes. DC pays the highest taxes, right?
I don't keep track of that
stuff.
On what basis?
Probably
I just heard
sales tax for sure.
Highest taxes by state. New York's 12.79. Hawaii's right after that, but it doesn't list DC.
Oh, okay, I guess they wouldn't.
In New York, Virginia, a fair number of other places have, complex tax rates where, there might be a stacked state, county, and city.
I just heard a Congress rep say that. That's all. I didn't read it anyway. I just heard a rep say that on.
One of the problems with, taking away the internet restriction on sales tax collection is that there are actually about 80,000 different taxing jurisdictions around the country, and some of which may involve utility districts, school districts, fire districts, within counties or cities, and cities or towns within counties or states. And
okay, yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Where some states will have tax holidays for certain types of goods, and how that's interpreted, may vary, for the same terminology from one state to another. So it's incredibly difficult for brick and mortar retailers to accurately comply with some of the local tax law, and to assume that some internet business, including outside the country, is able to sort that out is sort of silly.
I'm reading it pays the highest federal tax.
On what basis?
Like 8.5 between 60 grand a year and 350 grand a year. So 8.5. That's like 4% lower than.
No, I'm just I'm on YouTube. I'm looking at Eleanor Holmes. She's saying that DC pays the highest federal taxes per capita.
Does that treat the district's local operations as being federal, which it quasi is and officially is not?
But hold on. What they're actually saying is the amount of people with a shitload of money in DC is really high. That's why they're paying that much more federally, because federal taxes are the same across the entire country. That's why it's called federal taxes, as opposed to state taxes. So if somebody ever says they pay the most federally per capita, what they're talking about is that per capita you have a large portion of people making drastically more than other people in parts of the country.
Mm-hmm. DC does have a lot of people who make more than 10 times, median income in a number of states.
DC has a high population, doesn't it?
DC is like 6.5 million, something like that. But it has, you have to understand in DC that there are some of the richest suburbs in the entire country in DC, because, people who have money who want to influence government have homes there,
And then in Northern Virginia and Southern Maryland, there are a couple of relatively wealthy counties within states that are very, where those are very disparate from the rural counties in the same states, that have some abject poverty.
Well, aren't there Republicans who yell no taxation, no representation without no taxation without representation?
How is that even relevant?
So actually,
but if they pay high taxes, they should.
DC
is
a population of. DC is roughly like only 700,000 people, but Rhode Island is probably at 1 million people.
No, but Wyoming's at about 500,000. The entire state.
Or almost 600,000.
Yeah.
So, but no, absolutely, great point. Is Washington doesn't have that representation of Rhode Island or Wyoming, which it's similar in number. And that should be important. And the right fears that, because even that, it fears that and Puerto Rico and Guam for everybody else who just chimed in about Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
They fear that because they know that's a tipping scale. We are on a 50-50 right now as far as what we vote into office, whether it's the House or the Senate or our president. We're on that half scale, and they know any adjustment to that half is going on the left, and that's Washington, that's Puerto Rico, that's Guam. It's all of those.
But they're okay with wet foot, dry foot policy of Cubans coming in because they vote conservative.
Right.
And they're anti-immigration.
No, absolutely. You know what? Cubans love the fact that Americans are anti-communist. Like, I grew up in a communist country. Come on. Let me get to America and I'm gonna vote for fucking George Bush.
Yeah, anything to the
down
right,
with it.
anything that's slightly to the
down.
left or the far right is communism.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
everything's communism.
That's why Florida. That's why Florida even goes right at this point. Is because the right allowed the left communists to come into their state. Right. Woo! Good job for you guys.
I think Florida is more right-leaning, mostly because, freedom. That's the thing.
Older population too. Florida has one of the biggest elderly populations.
Good call, Scott. Good call.
Yep.
No, I hear you. That argument is for the entire right side, right? The entire right side. Their biggest argument right now is about free speech. It literally comes down to free speech. It literally comes down to I should be as ignorant as I can be, and you should not have to force me. You should not have to force me to your belief system, even if I'm ignorant to your belief system. Don't cancel me in the culture because I'm ignorant to your belief system. Because ultimately, all of us are ignorant. All of us are ignorant.
The folks in Florida, it could be extreme right, super right, and they'll be still crying communism any minute now. It's going to happen.
No, you got to realize the whole cancel culture thing's a little bit ridiculous, right? I mean, what team does Colin Kaepernick play for right now?
No. I just said that. Our society gets to a point where a certain number of us think we're smart about something, and therefore I should force you to be smart about that too, without realizing that I'm super dumb about these aspects in life, and you shouldn't cancel me out. You shouldn't cancel me out because I'm dumb.
I'm making a different point than what you made. My point was, because you said right now the right seems they say they're all about free speech, and then my follow up to that was, what team does Colin Kaepernick play for?
No, you're right. You're right.
And why doesn't he play for a team right now? Because he was canceled. And Trump himself was like, "Get that guy off the field."
The cancel culture started with the right.
I agree. I agree. The right practices cancel culture as well, but it's not a flag they hold.
They hold.
There's a lot of hypocrisy, though. The right it tends to be more pro censorship overtly as opposed to covertly. Now, we really should require adequate intelligence. Everybody needs to be upper 99th percentile, plus have 10,000-hour weeks to have enough time to focus on issues, so we can then require that you actually be informed and thoughtful about them in order to be an adult, right? So we need the 10,000-hour week and a minimum upper 99th percentile IQ, and we can accomplish that by fiat legislation.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's just that cancel culture is not working in their favor, is why they have issues.
You get it how facetious that has to be, because it's just like a paradox.
I totally got it. Exactly. I was with you there. I was with you there.
Okay, good.
The line has to be 99%.
No, upper 99th percentile, which is different than percent, but and of course it's a definitional absurdity as well.
Right. Right. No, absolutely.
Weren't the right before?
Bravo.
But the reality check is that we do have some systems where that would actually make sense. So how do we deal with the mismatch?
Weren't the right all pro-business, doing whatever they want, and all of a sudden when businesses started turning on them, then they're like complaining about, no, they shouldn't, in regulation we should. It's kind of like, when it turns around, things turn around is when there's an issue.
Yeah, there are a lot of businesses that protest regulation, and they actually support a huge amount of regulation, so long as it's twisted to benefit their positions and burden competitors.
Well, like to Nivek's point, like Yeah, like with everything that happened with Major League Baseball, you heard conservatives being like, business shouldn't be involved in politics, but don't stop giving us money and donations. Keep doing that. So
I was pointing out the
always
hypocrisy in the States. I point out the hypocrisy in immigration, the hypocrisy in with the states of counting others.
What would happen to congressional races if you removed the medical, construction, and prison industries as campaign donors?
Yeah, I mean, I think wasn't there a recent state that just created a law to ban private prisons? I think that just happened.
There's a couple states that don't have private prisons. That was actually something that Biden was trying to push federal.
Yep.
All for-profit prisons are all.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you now, man.
Okay.
My other boy just went low. Turn your volume up.
What? I'm confused.
No,
the guy and the Republicans are pro protecting marginalized groups as well, right? That's their argument. Like it's not fair. It's not fair because we're marginalized, in a state being too large. So we have to be about that.
Both Republicans and Democrats are incredibly hypocritical and dishonest with
I think your first mistake
positions.
I think all of your guys' first mistakes is talking in terms of Republicans and Democrats in general. Right. It's not as simple as that. For example, Soldier of Science earlier, I was trying to make this point earlier, but I guess my mic wasn't working. You mentioned something about right is all about freedom of speech, and their only argument or something like that is that we have a right to be stupid or wrong or something like that. It's like that has very little to do with the actual argument for freedom of speech.
Please tell me.
I mean, part of it is that it's more of a objection of cancel culture, right?
Right. I've agreed with you, right?
All right, good. And we'll restate the point, even though you said it earlier, although not in the best way, people have the right to be wrong. And this wouldn't be possible without the First Amendment.
Right.
And interestingly enough, it used to be the quote unquote left, or the more, what was it called, the social progress movement or something like that. That was for free speech just a couple decades ago, and it's flipped around. But the argument still remained the same.
Yeah, I'd be careful about that. This is something I brought up the other day. I don't know if you know what the most banned books in the United States are. Can you want to take a guess? What topics do you think are the
LGBT?
most banned books? Yep, absolutely.
And racial issues. You know what doesn't make that list? How about Christopher M. Fairman and his book "Fuck: Protecting Our First Amendment Rights and Liberties"? Former OSU law school dean who died young, and who wrote an analysis of some of the cultural, religious, historical, artistic, and legal foundations of censorship law or rights protections. And I've tried suggesting in a couple of forums, including one on Banned Book Week, that should be required course curriculum for social studies in high school before people turn 18, and then maybe be used again in college or grad school curriculum. And it's amazing how many people who identify as pro-civil rights and progressive oppose, for social bigotry reasons, even discussing a book like that openly.
So let me respond to his question, really kind of directed towards me. And what I would honestly say about just technology in general is we have gotten to a point that we can follow confirmation bias, whether it's true or not. So this is completely different in the past, right? I mean, it's completely different in the past what we realize is true. So now we can follow confirmation bias, And if you're growing up, I think this is right. And you can't validate what is true from not true. So I guess that's my response to that.
Confirmation bias, that's telling people what they want to hear, right?
Yeah.
Or they cancel you.
And the
like
internet has
on,
helped that.
the right.
The internet has helped that. When we didn't have the internet, and that wasn't necessarily the case.
I mean, we had broadcast media and newspapers where it was the same message for everyone as opposed to siloing and context-dependent filtered feeds. Is that what you're talking about?
But there was more regulation at the point as well. There was more regulation. There wasn't if you believed in yellow journalism, which was the Inquirer, if, you were, 30 years ago, the Inquirer was the gossip page. But now the gossip page is 1,000 different YouTube channels.
How about the fact that so-called bona fide news on broadcasters is, essentially emotive button pushing. If it bleeds, it leads, given it, a higher priority, or dumbing down.
Exactly.
Because the higher intellectual crowd will be using our own online news sources and paid access media to a large extent. So broadcast media has largely degraded to be an unwashed masses pabulum puking.
No, absolutely. It's degraded to an ad populum argument of what is the most viewed thing on YouTube. And if you recognize it as truth, and it could absolutely not be truth. It could be Kim Kardashian, right? It literally could be the Crowder guy. I don't know.
Or those two Asian kids who have a huge audience who don't produce informative content. They show reaction videos, emotively responding to other people's stuff, a lot of which is garbage.
What is the ad populum of truth at this point? And if you're growing up as a young person, you really can't differentiate between how do I define what is really historically true, what is physically true, what is reality.
You don't think that's a big issue
That's
on the
what
right?
these spaces are for.
You don't think that's a big issue on the right? Like with the Trump not losing the election?
It is, but you have to get into that as if you also agree that it comes out of less education, and if I come from states that reject evolution and prefer and want to actually legislate creationism into my schools, or nationalism, which we have all seen. I think Texas or whatever. We want to legislate patriotism, rather, an enhanced view of patriotism into our education. This is some crap, right?
Well, it's patriotic to burn flags, right?
I mean, it's just crap. It's. I mean, ultimately, what you're saying is this is an argument of free speech. But where is this? Where is the free speech between we can say whatever we want versus I'm gonna follow some crazy right-wing conspiracy YouTube channel that has that free speech, and therefore it creates a population of Nazis which end up taking over Germany.
There's how many dollars and donated expert witness testimony went into
I'm not
Kitzmiller v.
exactly
Dover?
sure what you're asking from that question.
My question is, where's the line between the government deciding what it allows as free speech to then overpopulate that country to a point where fascism takes control and decides to create World War II?
And so I guess you're begging the question here. The government doesn't decide what's free speech. The government just doesn't touch it at all. So that's kind of how that goes. Now, yes, we do have restrictions determined by Supreme Court case. Everyone loves to talk about the don't yell fire in a theater, crowded theater, blah 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 blah, all those type of things. We have restrictions for defamation and libel, etc. And those, we can touch on them, whatever. But I don't think those are the bigger point. The bigger point is here that you don't touch it, because history has shown that people do try to either force views or censor views, and sometimes it turns out that the dominating view that is in power is wrong. And you see that, and I agree with you, the whole thing, legislating creationism into schools, etc. That's a violation of the First Amendment.
So let me ask you this:
we've got the religion clause. I'm not saying.
So are modern anti-fascists bad for wanting to punch a fascist in the face because they looked at history and decided that the fascists in Germany took over Germany and killed 6 million Jews? Like, am I wrong if I'm not this guy, but if I see Nazis professing their free speech in a public square, and I know their doctrine, I know their free speech is, our race is superior, and I want to sock that dude in the face, physically. I actually want to do that, which would break the law.
And that's everyone's reaction to hearing anything they don't like.
I'm just telling you, and I want to cause assault to this person by punching him in the face because I know
made your point. You want to be violent,
right? Yeah, I want to be violent towards this person because I know that this group of people, if they spread propaganda and gets to a point in my society where they're the majority, that they're going to kill all the people not like them. Am I wrong?
So I guess the first thing here is you're unironically exercising a little bit of hypocrisy, because you're making a point for your arguments in this space where we don't punch people for saying things they find detestable. No, you are wrong for wanting to instantiate violence against those people. Now, what I can understand.
Is he wrong for wanting to, or only if he does it?
Right. I just said wanting.
Okay.
I
misspoke. That's a fair point.
I didn't do it.
Okay. So you're not wrong in that sense. I guess if I reframe it, I also have that impulse. Although the problem, one of the the largest criticisms of free speech is that if you have to give free speech to Obama or someone like that, or you yourself or you also have to give free speech to those. And the underlying reason for that is, what if you are wrong? Now, with your example of Nazis, I'm pretty sure they're not right in like anything that really matters. But again, the point stands there. You have to give it to everyone.
No.
Should you be tolerant against intolerance?
Well, your answer to intolerance is, well, one, you analyze why are they being intolerant, and then you determine if that's
fascism.
That was a very quick jump. That escalated very quickly. No, so first what you do is you analyze why are they being intolerant, and then you look at their arguments, you look at their reasons, and then you present your case as to why they shouldn't be intolerant. And if they continue to be intolerant, you first analyze, are they doing any action that actually is infringing on other people's rights? So if they're going out and lynching minorities, well, I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
If your ideology is about being intolerant, shouldn't it be valid if I'm intolerant back to you?
Well, let's not go an eye for an eye here.
That's inarticulate, Nivek. What we're talking about is what are the standards, such as, say, commercial fraud or, other speech which has greater requirements
I'm just saying
honesty.
A person's inconsiderate. Why should I be inconsiderate back?
Who determines those requirements?
If a person's inconsiderate, why should I be inconsiderate back?
Because we don't do an eye for an eye. Not that's not how.
But that's their ideology. I mean, like I'm
validating and I understand. But if someone goes out and just insults you a bunch, what is your answer to just lose your dignity and insult them back?
You say it's wrong for eye for an eye is wrong.
Yes, eye for an eye is wrong.
You know what? I think more to me, it came down to whether we use free speech. We use free speech to defend all of ourselves, regardless of whether the population that free speech creates makes us a worse country, and whether that's like Germany, for example, right? Free speech, basically, Nazis made Germany a worse country. And what is the line where you accept that, hey, I can't physically hurt this person?
That's not you doing it, man. That's them doing it based off their ideology.
I'm just saying.
No,
There's obviously
let me explain myself. Let me
like
explain
political
myself.
concern. No. Germany does not allow Nazis to propagate in Germany, right? But America does. And so there is a difference in policy in whether you allow hate groups to propagate.
It's not you
inside
doing
of your
it. It's that
country,
person.
and it's based on free speech in the United States.
You being
and this is different.
Let me explain myself. You being inconsiderate towards them is not you doing it. It's them doing it based off of their ideology that you're going off of.
I am saying if you have a policy as a country that free speech is more important than anything else, and it propagates a population of people of racists in your country, and that you can never do anything physically about it because of the laws based around the First Amendment, then is that a good policy?
That's not really the case entirely, though. Is, for example, Connecticut used to have a Klan Grand Wizard, but they, in the process of enacting more progressive hate speech laws that were not based on speech, but speech as an instrumentality of crime, and civil causes of action against the state for rights violations that also have helped, with prison management, civil rights issues that a lot of states are horrible on. The Klan people pretty much got driven down south and out of the state because they couldn't operate when they were using speech as an instrumentality of crime as opposed to pure speech. In Germany, there's a division there that's not being made where a lot of the anti-Nazi laws in France also are based on widespread post-traumatic stress trauma, which is a bad excuse for oppression of rights of others because there's just so many arbitrary factors for that. But they also ban Scientology, for slightly different reasons, not because it has that kind of traumatic history, but because it operates as a criminal fraud in so many respects, that they ban it on that basis.
Yep, and then hold on. Nivek was trying to respond to Soldier. Go ahead, Nivek.
I was coming off with an eye for an eye analogy. It's not you doing anything negative to the person. No, let me finish. It's not you doing anything to negative to the person. It's the person doing it to themselves based off them promoting those ideals. It's kind of like if somebody gives you a package full of crap and you give it back to them. You know what I mean? It's not really. It's not something that you're doing. It's them doing it based off of their position and where they stand.
Well, I guess the best way to go about this is if someone gives you, we'll go off your analogy there. If someone gives you a package of crap, why would you take the effort to mail it back? I personally would just toss it.
It doesn't. It belongs to them.
Yeah, and they have no use to it, but you're gonna waste your time and effort.
No, they're giving it to me out of inconsideration. So I'm just giving back to them. I'm giving it back to the rightful owner where it belongs. It's the proper thing to do.
The crap.
It's theirs.
Are they trying?
You wasted your energy on someone else because of an action they took.
And there's no need to continue on the
energy. I'm giving.
So they waste their energy, but let them waste their energy, and then don't waste energy responding to it. So
I'm not wasting energy, man.
Yes, you are. And mailing something is a lot harder than putting something in the trash.
It's them wasting their energy. I'm giving to them what they thought was going to be given to me.
So it's not just one person's wasting energy. It's both of you guys wasting energy. It can be one person wasting energy. It could literally only be them. If you just
you're not understanding. You're not understanding. By the way,
I'm no longer interested in talking in this analogy anymore because it's pretty useless.
I'll be harmed.
I'm going to exit this analogy. I'm no longer interested in talking about it. So, exiting the analogy. The reason I don't believe in eye for an eye because there's this anecdote that I like to bring up. It's a man named Daryl Davis. How many of you guys have heard of him?
Mm-hmm. That analogy, what I said makes sense. If somebody gives you poison and you make them drink their own poison, they deserve it.
Wow. Do you? Okay. So Daryl Davis, for those who don't know, he converted something like over 200 KKK members simply by sitting down in person and talking to them, and basically acting like any other normal human being with a little bit, couple safety precautions here and there. But Daryl Davis is a black man. He's not he's obese for one, so he's not some dominating guy. He's not the guy you would expect to be able to go up toe to toe with the KKK. But one of the most inspiring stories is how he sat down with one of the KKK Grand Wizards, which is one of their highest leadership, and converted them. Got him to rebuke the KKK, just based on conversation. Instead of responding to the guy saying, "I don't," so they went into a room, and the Grand Wizard, he brought all his bodyguards, flashing all the guns and looking very, very hateful. And so Daryl Davis, he's just, instead of going to say, "I hate you for hating me," he says, "I want to talk to you. I don't think you have a reason to hate me." And from there, the rest is history. He was successful in what he did, and he continued to be very successful. I think
you're not acknowledging the logic. What I'm saying if somebody does something negative and it lands on them, it is something that it's their fault. They're getting the repercussions of what they did.
And I agree. And if you feel like the effort to give them the repercussions of, throwing their crap back at them, that's fine. But odds are you're going to end up with a little bit of crap on your hand as well from throwing it. So
yeah, I think historically, the eye for an eye philosophy has led to wars throughout.
No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding.
No, I do understand.
I don't even think you understand your own logic.
I do understand. I do understand. The eye for an eye logic literally comes down to, I can't accept what has been done to me, so therefore I'm going to do revenge. And it is literally the metaphor for what is going on in Israel and Palestine right now. It is,
and that's not good.
All right.
It is
that's not what I'm saying.
You guys, two
I'm
seconds.
saying some people don't respect logic, and you have to communicate through different means sometimes. That's what they respect. They have human beings that are like that.
All right. Let's move over down to Trav's tab to continue the conversation. I'm just going to pull us off the air, but thank you guys for engaging. I really appreciate it. We tackled the question of, is it immoral to abort a Down syndrome fetus today? And this was inspired by my conversation with Reese Nybo, who's a good friend of mine. And something special about Reese is that he does have Down syndrome. But we had some conversations and some questions came up, and we talked about Down syndrome, abortion for the reason of the fetus having Down syndrome. If you want to check out that conversation, it exists on the Pangburn channel here. Just search Reese on the channel, RHYS, and you'll find the clips. Thanks for everyone who stopped by, and as always, let art and science inspire.
Thanks, Travis.
Yeah, brother. You bet.